the meeting of June 29, 2015. Will clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Berman, Councilmember Burt, Councilmember Du Bois, Councilmember Filseth, Mayor Holman, Councilmember Niss, Councilmember Scharf, Vice Mayor Schmidt, Councilmember Wolbach, 6 present.
Thank you very much. And I know there are a lot of people here this evening, but if we could settle and come to order, that would be much appreciated. So our first item on tonight's agenda is a special order of the day. It's recognition of Fire Explorer Madison Valentine and her honor of being selected the Explorer of the Year by the Santa Clara and San Mateo region. And Chief Nickel, you have some comments.
I do. Good evening, Mayor Holman, honorable members of the council. My name is Eric Nickel, and I'm your fire chief. I'm here to kick off the meeting this evening with some great news and share a city success story with you and all of our community members about our community youth. I want to introduce you to our adult and youth leaders of the Palo Alto Fire Department's Exploring Program, and to recognize Madison Valentine as the Pacific Skyline Peninsula Area Explorer of the Year. So I'd like to have Madison and Adam join me up here for my comments. First, a little bit about our Explorer post. Our Exploring Program is open to young men and women from the 6th grade to 20 years old who have an interest in learning more about a career in firefighting and emergency services. We provide hands-on program that exposes our participants to many career opportunities, experiences, leadership opportunities, and community service activities. The primary goal of the program are to help young adults choose a career path within fire and emergency services and to challenge them to become better community citizens. As a fire explorer, they get firsthand experience about what it's like to be a firefighter, paramedic, EMT here in Palo Alto. So nationally, there's over 22,500 Explorer participants and about 1,800 service posts. So some of the opportunities they get to meet explorers across the United States. They get to network with firefighters and also our cadets. The goal of exploring is to improve self-confidence, leadership experience. They get fun and exciting hands-on career opportunities and community service opportunities. Just an example in the past year of what our explorers have done. All of the community firehouse movie nights they've had a hand in. They've participated with the Racing Hearts AED program. If you learned hands-only CPR, chances are you were taught by one of our youth explorers that are all sitting over here. They were part of the 40th anniversary of our EMS program. They participated with Stanford and Stanford Hospital in a mock EMS drill where they were transported, and the payoff for that was they got a tour of the hospital. They participate with Project Safety Net in the Gatekeeper training program. And if you've been to any community event where there's been a first aid booth, chances are our youth have been staffing that first aid booth. And under the category of only in Palo Alto, we have a couple of explorers who have developed their own website and smartphone apps to keep track of their meeting schedule and other explorers. So first of its kind. What does that mean to the fire department? It's part of our overall recruitment and retention strategy. As I've shared with you before, we're literally trying to grow our own future firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics. They're all here from the community. We try to get our hands on them early, and we have a mantra that we're not always hiring, but we're always recruiting. All of this would not be possible without the leadership of our Explorer youth leaders, currently firefighter paramedic Adam Porch, and I would like to proudly introduce Adam, and he will introduce Madison and have a few words about her honor.
Thank you, Chief. As Chief mentioned, I'm the lead advisor for the Explorer program. I've known Madison for the last 4 years. She's been an Explorer for 5 years. And she's currently our captain. And as of this year, will be her last year as a fire explorer. She'll be transitioning into the advisor role next year, and she wants to continue staying engaged with the Explorer program, which we're all very excited about. Madison first got a taste for EMS when she was 12 years old. She was taking care of her brother, and she had recently learned the Heimlich maneuver, and when he began to choke, she was there with quick response and dislodge what he had in his throat and saved his her brother's life. So this is actually her second time before City Council being recognized for being amazing. So Madison really is quite amazing, and she sets the bar high for our program, and she's put in a lot of hard work and effort. Very proud to watch her grow, and I'm excited to see what she does in the future. So can we give her a round of applause for Madison Valentine, Explorer of the Year?
Thank you so much. This has really been an honor. The Explorers has been something that means quite a lot to me, and I'm just so happy to be here. Thank you. And thank you, Adam, for being an amazing instructor.
Yeah, we're hoping if, Mayor, could you come join us for a picture and present the honor to her? So I'm going to give you this. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all the explorers for coming this evening and for your efforts as well. So next item on our agenda is agenda changes, additions, and deletions, and we have none until we get to consent calendar. City manager comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. A number of items to report, partly because this will be your last meeting before the council recess. This has to do with the Caltrain rail safety update. And this evening's consent item, calendar item number 16, is a contract extension for our Track Watch program. But I did want to point out some parallel actions related to Caltrain safety that we have been working on. And some of this work will continue to unfold while the council is on recess. As you know, we've been taking a comprehensive approach to address Caltrain corridor safety in our community that involves both means restriction, which is limiting access to the tracks, as well as restructuring Project Safety Net, the community collaborative that was formed in 2009 to focus on suicide prevention and youth well-being. We are actively seeking to limit access to the tracks on an accelerated schedule, and I'm pleased to report some positive progress with Caltrain and several ongoing efforts. First of all, related to fence upgrades, Caltrain has indicated that it can proceed with upgrading old substandard and missing fencing, actually, along the east side of the Caltrain corridor. And install 8-foot welded wire mesh fencing with an additional 18-inch anti-climb winglet on the east side of the road. And that will be the 2-mile stretch of corridor extending from Oregon Expressway to San Francisco Creek to the north, where there is substandard fencing now in some gaps. Caltrain will handle the installation, and the city will be picking up the incremental cost for the winglet extensions, making for a higher fence and more difficult to climb, and the vegetation removal needed for the installation work. We're currently getting the details on a 3-cable winglet on the top, and our understanding is that the approximate cost of installing that along the entire east side of the corridor, which includes the southern section of the Caltrain corridor from Oregon Expressway down to San Antonio, which already has the 8-foot fencing, but we're going to put these extensions on the top. All of those will cost approximately $100,000, and the vegetation removal is estimated to be $168,000. Secondly, on the west side of the corridor, since our last walkthrough with city staff, Caltrain is currently laying out priority locations for fence installation, particularly focusing on areas that don't currently have residential fences. And we expect to be discussing options with Caltrain in the next few weeks. The timing and sequencing of any vegetation removal work and installation of fencing is very important, both to minimize gaps as well as completing as much of the work as possible before the middle of August. And in order to initiate this work and complete as much as possible that we can this summer, we'll begin community outreach while the council is out of session. I want to stress that we understand the importance of minimizing the vegetation removal, which will ultimately be able to grow back. We're not talking about tree removal, but sort of the weedy shrubs along the existing fencing. And our staff will be putting together graphics and pictures to show the planned work throughout the corridor so that when we meet with the public, they're well informed about the changes. And then finally, work is also progressing on the automated intrusion detection camera system that we'll be piloting at the Meadow Crossing. And our staff is reviewing the proposed equipment installation and arranging on-site coordination with Caltrain. And it is possible that that installation work could also begin during a recess. In addition to these means restriction measures, work continues on restructuring Project Safety Net, and in August, the Council will consider the Policy and Services Committee's recommendations for what is referred to as the collective impact model to ensure a kind of sustainable and ongoing success, which would include new recommendations relating to a Project Safety Net director, executive board, enhanced data collection resources, and as well as a more elevated and engaged role for youth in our community. So all I have to report on that item. Caltrans, not to be confused with Caltrain, is continuing the construction of the Highway 101 San Francisco Creek Bridge Replacement Project. And staff is aware that the project has caused traffic backups on the freeway and local streets leading to the freeway, and has been working with staff from East Palo Alto and Caltrains on ways to lessen the project impacts. We are talking with East Palo Alto and Caltrain staff about adjusting the timing of those traffic signals near the Highway 101 University Avenue interchange to improve traffic flow. Our communications folks will continue to post project information to the city's website, cityofpaloalto.org/US 101, and to affected neighborhoods via Nextdoor and Neighborhood Association emails that we have. Late last week, we did reach an agreement with Caltrans to postpone any work on East Bayshore Road until at least 2016, though. And the original plan was to narrow the East Bayshore Road to one lane with two-way traffic controlled by a temporary traffic signal during the summers of 2015 and 17. That work has now been postponed until at least 2016, and Caltrains is exploring an improved option whereby the replacement of the bridge could be accomplished in a single summer. Professorville Design Guidelines, the State Office of Historic Preservation has agreed to provide a $37,000 grant to the city as part of our 2015-2016 Certified Local Government Grant Program, and the funds are being made available to prepare architectural design guidelines for the Professorville Historic District, and will support staff's work to bring this long-running project to conclusion. And in addition, I want to thank all of the folks who submitted applications for appointment to the new Comprehensive Plan Citizens Advisory Committee. The committee will have 17 voting members and 3 non-voting members representing the school district, the Planning and Transportation Commission, and Stanford University as determined by the council. We received over 50 applications. for the 17 slots that will be appointed by the city manager, and we expect to make our final decision and inform applicants this week. It will be very difficult to select just 17 people from the high caliber pool of applicants, but we will certainly be able to have a group that represents a broad range of Palo Alto neighborhoods and include people who are informed and interested in this wide breadth of issues. Once established, the first organizing meeting of the new group is scheduled for the evening of July 14th at the Mitchell Park Library, and these meetings will be open to the public. We encourage folks who are interested to watch our website for the agenda and other information during the break. The City of Palo Alto's Public Art Program is holding a community outreach meeting to gather input for the upcoming Public Art Master Plan, and that will be on Tuesday, July 14th also, but from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 at the Mitchell Park Community Center in the Matadero Room. The Public Art Master Plan will be a guiding document for the future of public art in Palo Alto over the next 5 to 10 years. And so come learn more about the planning process and give your input at this fun and engaging meeting. And for additional information, our public art program staff can be contacted by phone at 650-329-2227. And then two other things to report. This week, the city launches a new home utilities efficiency audit program. The Home Efficiency Genie program provides homeowners with customized advice and comprehensive in-home assessments for energy and water efficiency improvements. Concurrent with the program release this past Saturday, the city hosted a free net zero energy home workshop to educate residents about ways that we can green our houses, and approximately 40 people were able to learn tips from experts in green building design and renovation. And then lastly, I just wanted to share that another award for the Mitchell Park Library and our libraries. The City of Palo Alto Library has been notified that we've been selected as the 2015 recipient in the municipal libraries in the $5 to $10 million budget range. The event or campaign pre-excellence award for the grand opening of the Mitchell Park Library and Community Center. The pre-excellence, which is sort of PR excellence awards, honor the highest quality efforts of California libraries in promoting and communicating their message of value of libraries to their citizens and customers. The 4 PR Excellent Award entry categories each year: print, electronic, event, or campaign. And we were honored, of course, to be recognized for our work as it related to the event or campaign for the opening of the libraries. And with that, I do believe that is all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Lots of good things happening. So with that, we move on to oral communications, and I have 5 speakers. You'll have 3 minutes apiece, and when you hear your name, if you come forward, that would be helpful to us. Ken Horowitz, to be followed by Herb Borak. And these are speakers on items not on the agenda.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ken Horowitz. I live on Homer Avenue. I'm here to give my update on what's going on with the Page Mill YMCA. There is something happening, but it's not good. I have copies of the letter that I sent to the City Council a year ago regarding that particular site. As you're aware of, there's 2 parcels there on the southwest corner of Page Mill and El Camino. One has the theater, the other one has the Morrison and Forrester law offices, and in the basement was the Page Mill YMCA. In the 70s, those 2 parcels were granted a PC, Planned Community, and they were given certain things that they would comply with. Now, as of June 19th, which happened just last week, the landlord has filed an improvement for the property there, the basement, to convert the basement facility into 3 suites. And I've been asking the planning department to look into that. I've been working with Amy French and Jody Gerhardt. It is my opinion that the landlord at that particular site, Mr. Wheatley, is in nonconformance with the PC that was granted back in the 70s. The parcel that belonged to Morrison Forster had the basement facility for recreational, and the other property has a theater on its site. By the way, Equity Properties, which owned that parcel, has been sold, thanks to Councilman Burke told me, to Hudson Pacific. And that theater might be in jeopardy as well. You may remember back in 1997 or so, Landmark Theaters almost pulled out because of the agreement with Equity Properties. So what I'm asking the City Council to do is to look into the PC that was granted to Mr. Wheatley and ask Mr. Wheatley to try to work with us and to try to keep that site, that 15,000 square feet basement site, a recreational facility. I don't know if it's also in violation of your moratorium on converting retail to office, but it's my understanding that Mr. Wheatley's plan is to have that space saved for Morrison and Foster, which will then ultimately be more offices. Right now, Mr. Wheatley has moved his office, used to be on Ash Street. He's moved it into that facility right now. And you can go down there to 755 Page Mill Road, and you will see Mr. Wheatley's office now there. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for coming this evening. Herb Borak, to be followed by Leland Alton.
Mayor Holman and council members, last month I attended the public meeting of the Postal Service on the relocation of their facilities. They had 2 possibilities, one in the basement of the current facility at 380 Hamilton, and the other at the 999 Alma Street. I'll have my comments in a letter I'll give to the clerk and also tomorrow to the key staff people. There were 2 executive orders issued by Presidents Carter and Clinton that are pertinent. The first order, Executive Order 12072, on federal space management on August 16, 1978, gives preference in urban areas to selecting a site in a centralized community business area and requires consideration of the availability of adequate public transportation and parking and accessibility to the public. Those criteria are met by the current site. They are not by the Alma Street site. Executive Order number 13006, locating federal facilities on historical properties in our nation's central cities, issued on May 21, 1996, requires the federal government to utilize and maintain historic properties, especially those located in our central business areas. The site at 380 Hamilton meets that criteria. The other site on Alma Street does not. Although the identified alternative on the current building is a better site than the one on Alma Street, locating the Postal Service's functions in the basement is not the optimal location. I believe the public part of that facility should stay just where it is, and that's the lobby, the window service areas. And if you did that, it has a certain advantages. One, you could place a wall separating, for example, city's property just on this side of the entry door that's closest to Gilman Street, and even place a door in that. So you have the same entrance and the same lobby to the city's functions, and except for the small area needed for the window service behind the windows, you can concentrate the post office services and consolidate them on the Waverly Street side, so that the city would have the remainder of the first floor and all of the basement and all of the mezzanine. Keeping the Postal Service in essentially the same location would also enable them to operate there without having to have a temporary relocation, because all the tenant improvement construction activities could occur during the time that the Postal Service window service is not taking place. And I think those are advantages. The lobby area is probably larger than the area that the post office would say it would need for a minimum area, so you have to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Leland Alton, to be followed by Lois Salo.
Good evening. 2 nights ago at around 8 o'clock, I left my room at the Opportunity Center, which I have lived at for quite some time now.
Can I ask you to speak up just a little bit, please?
Certainly. 2 nights ago, I left my room at the Opportunity Center at around 7 or 8 p.m. and noticed that the street and the sidewalk across the street from there along Encina Avenue was filling up with water. Oh, kind of unusual these days, you know. And that property, of course, belongs to Town and Country, and there, you know, the shopping center, and there is legitimate reason to water the place. You know, there's plants there. But in any case, I didn't think that much of it at the time. I have a bunch of problems of my own. But the next day, 24 hours later, a woman I was sitting with at the designated smoking area there commented that this had been going on for hours. It still was. That was 24 hours later. So I went about trying to contact first I went to the office, the management office at Town and Country, which I happened to remember where it was, and found out that the place was called Cross Point. I could have found this out on the net, which I later did, and did everything I could to try to contact them on my computer at home. Everything. It took hours for me to ascertain that their answering service, which I think belongs to them, that's one of the many things that they have been instructed not to inform anybody of unless it was characterized as an emergency number at one of these 2 web pages. What is it there? crosspoint.com/pages/about/portfolio.htm with a contact us button. The other page where their properties are listed is pages, their name /pages/contact underline SF, I think it is, yeah, because that's where they're located, .htm. So I called the number that I could. In any case, they don't, if I may go on for a minute, 1 minute maximum.
I need you to wrap up, please.
This is extremely important. They are, this happened several years ago as well when the drought had first just started, the exact same thing. And during a weekday, I managed to get in touch with one of their executives who explained that the reason, no, you don't understand, they are not.
I need you to wrap up, sir. We have
I'm
a very
wrapping up
full
as
agenda.
quickly as I can, ma'am, as quickly as I possibly can, Mayor. Now,
You could talk to
they have an
one of my
emergency
assistant
number.
city managers
They
over
have
here.
They have an emergency number. It's
City manager is suggesting that you speak with one of his staff to try to get
I
to
need
this.
everyone here to know this. They don't have an emergency
Sir, we
number.
do-
They don't list their properties.
Everyone has 3 minutes to speak, so I appreciate your moving along. Thank you. Lois Salo, to be followed by our final speaker under oral communications, Roberta Alquist.
I'm Lois Salo. I'm with Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, a 100-year-old peace group. I want Palo Alto to enact a $15 wage. Los Angeles has it, and Palo Alto can well afford that. Secondly, we need rent control in this town. because people are being evicted because they can't afford the rising rents. I noted, thirdly, that the grand jury has said that Palo Alto needs to do more on global warming, and I call that to your attention. Fourth is divest our portfolio from war industries. That takes 60% of our budget, and this money should be going to all of our needs and not to drones and missiles and other terrible things. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker under oral communications is Roberta Alquist.
Greetings. I have 4 points and an announcement. Those of us who are supporters of low-income housing hope that Palo Alto will lead as a role model for other cities for addressing the low-income housing crisis. The step forward on Buena Vista is a step in that direction. But rents are skyrocketing. There is no recourse for people who are told their rent's going to double or triple. They are pushed out of the city. East Palo Alto has rent control, and there are problems there because there isn't enough housing and people are working, and there are 5 and 6 people living in garages. If you want more details, I have concrete, specific details of that. The same thing is going to happen here. In fact, it's happening. We also need housing for the workers who live here. Not only blue-collar, but white-collar workers can't afford to live in Palo Alto. And those workers need at least a minimum of $15 per hour. We also need to ask corporations who have benefited from working in Palo Alto, from existing in Palo Alto, and in turn get kudos and sometimes free parking, ways of getting around parking, such that we have a housing parking crunch in the downtown area. Google needs to step up and help us build a low-income housing and more parking spaces. Google and other corporations who are benefiting from being part of Palo Alto. In Great Falls, Montana, they have just enacted a $25 fee for residents. Again, this is happening all around the country, and those residents get a sticker that lasts for 2 or even 3 years. I heard somebody saying they were talking about charging residents for something like $200 for a yearly sticker, when it's not the residents' fault that there isn't any parking in the downtown area. The final point is July 6th, the AME Church on Middlefield, the 3400 block of Middlefield, is having a workshop addressing how can we unlearn our racism in relation to what happened in Charleston, South Carolina. I would urge everyone who has the time that evening to come and to address these concerns, in that racism isn't going away, it's just getting more subtle and insidious. Thank you.
Thank you, and to everyone who came to speak this evening. So with that, we now move to the consent calendar, and staff has recommended that item number 10 be pulled. But I do have one speaker who wishes to speak to that item, Zachary Rubin, and you'll have 3 minutes. I'm not seeing, there you are. So you'll have 3 minutes, and welcome.
So, 1 sec.
And you'll need to speak into the microphone, of course.
Yes. So, okay, thanks for having me. I sent an email this morning. I'm not sure if any of you guys had a chance to read that or not. But assuming you may have not read it, this is in regards to the Palo Alto solar project for the carport canopies. And it's come to my attention that Pristine Solar has been removed from that deal. And we have been patiently waiting for an opportunity to make the case that we would be the right developer for that project. The feed-in tariff program that was set is possible for us to finance that project, but given some of the terms of that deal that I believe Pristine had on the table, it became unfinanceable. And that was our position from the beginning. We've been in Palo Alto for 5 years. We've built a few of the largest projects here, and I'm very much in support of renewables for this city. The biggest thing I think that we need to recognize is that the feed-in tariff, which is part of that program, expires in 2016. And I'm going into this just assuming you guys are aware of some of the details and what goes into making a power purchase work. But if that ITC expires in the time that it's set to expire, then the economics of that deal won't work at the given feed-in tariff rate, which is 16.5 cents. So I encourage you potentially to give consent for us being the alternate to that original RFP to step in if that deal was to not go through. And that's what I'm asking all of you today, is to recognize that we've put in the work and we put a deal together that was economically viable. And I'm still prepared to match that deal and do what's necessary to bring those structures online. I'm happy to meet with any of you privately, or I'm happy to, share the renderings that we put together. Whatever you guys would like, I'm happy to do it. I live in downtown Palo Alto, and this is an important project to me. It was in the beginning, and I just want to stress that the timing of it is necessary. And if we go back out to an RFP process, that ITC will expire and that project will never get built at the numbers that were proposed. So given the time that I have tonight, that's the case that I wanted to make to all of you, but I would be happy to answer any questions that you guys have or be available to talk further. And before we invited Nancy, the previous mayor, to some of our ribbon cutting ceremonies, and she was a big supporter of what we were doing. And I encourage you to maybe come and visit some of our sites as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does City Manager have some comments?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, we mentioned that this was pulled, that not pulled for discussion, actually pulled from the agenda completely. I mean, removed from the agenda. What I would say is in the memorandum that we put forward to the council, we indicated it looks like we would directly go back out and reissue a new RFP. That being said, we're taking a look at this today, and I'm going to work with the city attorney to see whether or not the terms of the original request for proposals would allow us to explore any discussions with any of the other respondents to the RFP who were not originally in the first position. So this would be a matter that the staff would work through with any of the affected parties. So did want to acknowledge that, and I'll certainly, before the week is out, be able to update the council with a memorandum on the status of our next steps.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming, Mr. Rubin.
You got it. Thank you.
So with that, we look for a motion regarding the consent calendar.
Second.
So motion by Council Member Scharf, second by Vice Mayor Schmidt, to approve the consent calendar with item number 10 pulled. Vote on the board, please. And that item passes unanimously with Council Member Du Bois absent. So with that, we move to item number 17, which is the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park update and possible direction regarding affordable housing funds. And does staff have a few comments to make?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I hope that the staff report that we put together was self-explanatory, but a couple of points I would make as far as an introduction. First of all, now that the council has sort of dispensed with your adjudicatory role in the decision relating to the potential closure of the park, the council, who had been previously really restricted from engaging on other matters related to Buena Vista, are not constrained now. And the $8 million in funding that, as city manager, I had announced to the council that we were reserving pending your own interest in participating or contributing to solutions that could potentially preserve the park, would have been appropriate to come to the council. At the same time, the county, as you know, last week added additional funding to its proposal to reach a total of $14.5 million, with their conditions of there being a match, a concomitant match from the city. So this staff report has been presented to identify, first of all, that we have significant funds, we have enough funds available to provide the council with the opportunity to set aside $14.5 million for this purpose if you are interested in it. These are not general funds. These are not dollars that can be used for other purposes in the city. They're specifically generated by developer impact fees and et cetera, related to provision of affordable housing. And those are the funds that we have identified for the council. I think the staff report makes it clear that that there are some restrictions related to the pools of money that we would be drawing from if the council took this direction. Those restrictions, though, are set by the council completely in your ability to modify to allow their use in this instance if you are interested. And the thought would be certainly that you will have your discussion, you'll potentially issue some direction tonight, and if need be, there could be follow-up action that we would be bringing back related to the policies related to those funds at your very first meeting when you return in after your recess on August 17th. The report does acknowledge that there's always a possibility, if there were some reason needed for a special meeting, that there may need to be one called during the council recess, but our assumption is right now that we would be back if you are so inclined to take this recommendation in this report at your first meeting in August. The council may have alternative directions, and we're here to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you for that presentation. And thank you all for coming this evening and making your opinions known to us all very presently. So we do have a number of speakers to this item, and if you would come to the front when you hear your name called, that would help us move forward. Mary Keir, to be followed by Gail Price. Yes, and each of you will have 3 minutes apiece. Is Mary Keir present? Would Gail Price come forward then, please? Are you Mary? Yes. Okay.
Hello, council members. Hello, Mayor Holman. I'm Mary Keir. I'm the Vice President of the Buena Vista Mobile Home Residents Association. Thank you for your Thank you for your interest in taking the next step to preserve Buena Vista. We are very grateful. I kindly request that you please match the county's set aside of $14.5 million in funds for Buena Vista. The residents of the park are ingrained in the Palo Alto community. Our kids attend the schools. We work in the area businesses. Preserving the park for its current residents and for affordable housing will forever keep Palo Alto a place of inclusion and diversity and of economic prosperity. It is not only the children, but it is our Palo Alto, it is Palo Alto's blue-collar workforce. Hundreds and hundreds of Palo Altans support preserving the park. They've written letters, attended rallies, and spoken to you before. You can rest assured you are doing this with the community's backing. Will all those supporting the council vote to match the funds set aside by the county please rise? Thank you. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. Gail Price to be followed by Lynn Heidekoper.
Good evening. I'm Gail Price, and I'm a member of the Community Working Group Board. Joining me are many members of the board. We are an organization behind the Opportunity Center, Alma Gardens, and 801 Alma, all offering affordable housing to families and individuals in Palo Alto who would otherwise be at risk of homelessness. We are community leaders, including former elected officials, professors, community activists, business and nonprofit leaders, architects, community planners, and clergy. In Palo Alto and the region, there is a documented shortage of low and very low-income housing. Housing and services enable community members to have safe, productive, and meaningful lives with dignity and hope. We urge you to adopt the staff recommendation to direct the city manager to identify and set aside a total of $14.5 million in affordable housing funds to match the county funds designated for the preservation of affordable housing at Buena Vista. Help facilitate the purchase and upgrade of the site. We believe that this action is the only alternative to achieve this goal. Your actions will help assure that the Buena Vista residents can remain in Palo Alto. You have been elected to make a difference and to be responsible and thoughtful stewards of our community, stressing fairness, social and economic opportunity, and inclusion. A significant number of community members and over 40 current and former Palo Alto elected officials and many organizations, including but not limited to Community Working Group, Palo Alto Forward, Palo Altans for Sensible Zoning, the Palo Alto Weekly, and the San Jose Mercury News have demonstrated their support. In all my years as a Palo Alto elected official, I have never seen the kind of unanimity of support on any issue, the protection and preservation of affordable housing, and support for Buena Vista residents. It is not only the right thing to do, it has the least political risk of any issue I can remember. It demonstrates that Palo Altans care. If we can't make it happen, if we don't make it happen, who are we? Please help Supervisor Joe Simidian achieve his mission of saving Buena Vista and affordable housing. Your critical leadership and action now will help drive a needed and impactful resolution. We want Palo Alto to be part of the solution. Thank you.
And thank you. Lynn Heidekopen to be followed by Herb Borak. And we generally do not support applause or booing or hissing, just so it's an even playing field. But Lynn.
Good evening. I'm Lynn Heidekoper, a member of Stop the Ban Coalition, who supports this effort. And I think this is a fabulous turnout. It is a prime example of grassroots organizing, which is all about what the democratic process is about. And you can see the supporters in this room. Palo Alto apparently boasts 8 billionaires, and so I know the City Council is going to do the right thing to maintain the diversity both economically, culturally, et cetera. And I know you're going to do the right thing tonight, and I'm very honored to be part of this grassroots effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Herb Borak to be followed by Mila Zelka.
Mayor Holman and council members, like many other issues, if you're going to be doing what people are requesting you to do, you should do it only if it's done right. And I have provided you a letter that was sent electronically, and it's at your places this evening, where I have indicated 7 items that I believe you need to get appropriate answers to before you commit funds to Buena Vista. And this evening, I'll add an 8th item. There were 2 typographical errors in the letter that I noticed. At the top of the 2nd page, item number 5 has the word home in the 2nd line, which should be the word how. And on the 3rd page, near the top, the first reference to the commercial housing in lieu fund says page 8 when it should be page 6. And I hope those of you who've accessed the links to those have been able to find them. In addition to the 7 items in my letter, the 8th item that I believe you should request is an update to the annual report on development impact fees for the commercial and residential housing in lieu funds. The report that you received and accepted on January 12th shows the net funds available at the end of last fiscal year, and then the unexpended balance at the next funding date, which is an estimate based on expected transactions. And what I would suggest is that you get from staff is an up-to-date amendment to that shows transactions that have occurred so far in this fiscal year, both increasing and decreasing those 2 funds, including any accrued interest. And also, whether it's the same prediction for the unexpended balance at the end of the year or a different one, that you get the line items of expected increases and decreases identified by projects, so that you can have something that is verifiable on those numbers and you know where those numbers came from. The proposal by Caritas is a development project like any other, and before the City Council is going to commit funds to a development project like this, it needs to have all of the information to enable you to make an appropriate decision. And I've tried to outline the information that I believe you need, and you may need other information. Now, we're not asking, I'm not suggesting in any of this request for information that you're asking for how much money on a sale price the bid would be, or what the highest amount of money Caritas would spend. But you do need to know the extent to which the city's commitment would be limited to what you have, and whether or not the county would take the city's place for any relocation expenses, and what zoning implications there are. Thank you.
Thank you. Mila Zelka, to be followed by Alex Van Riesen.
So the 3 of us are going to say our name in short statement together. Mila Zelka.
Tara Nussbaum.
Elaine Wong.
Elaine, do you want to start?
On behalf of Palo Alto Forward Steering Committee, we encourage the council members and community to read the letter Palo Alto Forward submitted this morning to the council, and to seize the opportunity to use designated affordable housing funds to deed restrict land that already provides affordable housing to 400 people along the central transit corridor.
These families are Palo Alto residents. They work here, vote here, pay taxes here, and send their kids to school here.
If Palo Alto has the means to match the county funds and later to issue bonds, we can create a win-win situation where the seller could receive fair market value, the existing density can be preserved, and 400 residents can remain Palo Altans. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Alex Van Riesen, to be followed by Nancy Kropp.
Good evening. Just first, my name is Alex Van Riesen. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I've lived here for 17 years. Most recently, and I live in the Midtown part of town, and I serve as a pastor of a local church, the Palo Alto Vineyard Church, and represent, hopefully tonight, the faith community in Palo Alto. I'm also here with my daughter, Hope, And I wanted to really address two quick points. One is I've both been online and listened to people talk. I realize one of the big issues that I see the opponents talking about with regards to this issue is whether the funds are being appropriately used, whether this is an efficient or good way to use the funds. It struck me that the time, obviously there was the situation with Maybell and the attempt to build affordable housing, and there's lots of ideas around, and clearly has been expressed tonight, the need for affordable housing. But here we have a situation where there are actual people living in an affordable housing situation for them, and rather than creating more of that, we are considering taking it away. And I think what we need to do is decide and not let anything stand in the way from keeping this affordable housing and beginning to think in other ways to build more affordable housing in the days ahead. But it would be a travesty, I think, to this city, but it also would be an economically bad idea. And obviously, lots of us have talked about the numbers with regards to what is the expense of this project. But I suggest to you that this is actually a very efficient and economically viable way to develop new affordable, to maintain affordable housing in Palo Alto. The second issue I just wanted to say was more social or spiritual. I'm really glad my daughter wanted to come with me tonight. I know the days are coming where that may come to an end. But what I was most excited about was the opportunity to show her government and work and to show her participation in one's community. And I think you're seeing that tonight in Palo Alto. And I'm proud to be a part of that. And what I really want is I want the next generation to do that as well, but not just the next generation of kids that can live in Professorville or Midtown or Barron Park, but I want to see the next generation of kids living in Buena Vista Trailer Park being a part of that as well. Thank you for letting me speak, and I encourage you to match the funds, obviously.
Mr. Van Riesen will be followed by Nancy Kropp, who will be followed by Bob Moss.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Nancy Kropp. I am the Director of Legislation for the 6th District PTA, and I am here again tonight on behalf of all 225 PTAs throughout the Santa Clara County that have passed a resolution in support of preserving the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. I'm also here tonight on behalf of the Palo Alto PTA Council, where all 17 schools have also passed a resolution in support of our students remain our community. And finally, I am here on a personal note. I am a neighbor of the mobile home park and very thrilled to live in the same neighborhood with this mobile home park. So I'm here asking two things tonight. The first one is to please match the county $4.5 million. And my second ask on behalf of these organizations is to continue to work with Caritas until this deal is complete to the satisfaction of all parties. Finally, I just want to say that I'm finishing up my term as Director of Legislation, and I'm just so thrilled to dedicate tonight to the children of the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. You have inspired me every year. You are a gift. Every child in these photos is a gift to our community that we should cherish. Our PTA community absolutely cherishes each and every one of you, and I'm actually confident that you council members cherish these children as well and will do what's right and keep them in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob Moss, to be followed by Larry Klein.
Thank you, Mayor Holman and council members. Well, I'm not going to repeat the importance of retaining the low-income housing at Buena Vista. You've heard plenty of that tonight already. But I want to talk about a little different subject, money. Now, the county has dedicated $14.5 million to buying the site. The city's dedicated $8 million so far, so you're $6.5 million behind. But we have $8 million in an impact account, which is currently reserved for new housing. But that's by council policy, and you can change that policy anytime. And there's more than enough money in that account to match the county's funding. That gets you up to $29 million. Now, the Jissers were ready to accept a $30 million offer on the property from someone who only offered that on the assumption that the density of housing allowed would be more than double. Now, the City Council hasn't made any statements about what they intend to do with the zoning on that site, if anything, but I think it's quite clear to everybody, you're not going to go and increase the density of zoning so that some developer can come in and throw out the people who live in the trailer park and build high-cost housing. That's not city policy. So can you put money in for existing housing? We've done it a number of times before. You've put in anywhere from $500,000 to $4 or $5 million to buy existing multifamily housing and retain it for low-income, affordable rents. So you can do it for Buena Vista. Now, the value of the property, just the raw land, because there's only one building that's owned by the Gissers, and that's a very small, rather crummy building. So we're only talking about land value, would be somewhere between $20 and $25 million. Now, supposedly, the site, Buena Vista, has some facilities problems, and you'd have to spend perhaps $5 to $10 million upgrading the quality of the utilities and other facilities on the site. That could be a justification for reducing the offer to the Gissers. So I would suggest that you approve up to an additional $6.5 million from the existing site, the existing funding that you have for affordable housing, transfer it from new construction only to preserving existing affordable housing, and start negotiating with the Gissers, looking at a price range of between $20 and $25 million. And if you can negotiate and get an agreement in that range, especially at the low end, there'd be enough additional money to put in to do the upgrades on the equipment and facilities needed for the location. Please move fast on this.
Larry Klein, to be followed by Melody Cheney.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. 3 weeks ago, you received a letter signed by nearly all of the former living City Council members. None of them oppose it. All of us who joined in signing that strongly support the preservation of Buena Vista, and I think I can speak for them since I either spoke or emailed to virtually half of the signers of that letter, that we respectfully urge you to approve the staff's recommendation and make available $14.5 million for the purchase of Buena Vista. Let me quickly list 3 reasons I think why you should. One, it's strange to say in this high real estate value city, but Buena Vista would be a bargain. 801 Alma is the last affordable housing project created in Palo Alto, and the units there ended up a combination of construction costs and land acquisition at about $600,000 per unit. Some of that land was acquired nearly 10 years ago. Construction contracts were entered into, let's say, 5-6 years ago. So I think it's fair to say that there's been as the economy's come back, that there's been a significant increase and that $600,000 per unit probably today would be at least $700,000 per unit. And I think I'm being conservative. If you take 117 units, the number of units that are presently at Buena Vista, and you multiply that by $700,000 a unit, you come out just shy of $82 million. I think any of the numbers that we've been talking about in terms of acquisition of Buena Vista plus needed upgrades in the infrastructure would come out way less than $82 million. So this is really, in my view, I think those of my colleagues who are former council members, is a bargain for the city in its use of the affordable housing funds we have. And that leads me to the second one, which is the funds we're talking about, both the city's funds and the county's, are earmarked only for the use for affordable housing. I know that's been mentioned already, but I want to really re-emphasize that. This money could not be used for other purposes. Lastly, I want to talk about the human element. I voted, and many of you have already voted over the years for affordable housing projects. But those were sort of abstract. We didn't know who the people were going to be because we were going to be building something new. So who those beneficiaries would be, we couldn't know. But we do know the 400 people who are living there now, the 100 children that are in our school district. These are part of the community now. And I think that would be a very sad day if we don't do everything we can to keep these people as part of our community. Please don't let them down. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Melody Cheney, to be followed by C. Reddy.
Good evening. My name is Melody Cheney. I am a resident. I'm also the secretary for the Residents Association. First, I'd like to take the opportunity to say thank you for hearing us and hearing our case, taking the time to see who we are, who our supporters are, who you can see behind us. I would like to implore you to try to match the funds that the county and Supervisor Simitian has already allocated to us. Not just for us, but for future generations. To keep it affordable housing for us, for future Palo Alto residents, for the people who are the labor force of the city, your deli workers, your bus drivers, your custodians, and so on. Keeping our park open would also mean the kids, now and in the future, get the great education that Palo Alto is known for. We have a 0 dropout rate, and we plan to continue that as long as we're there. It also means the people there and the people in the future can continue to be productive members of Palo Alto as a community and society as a whole. It means that you have your communities, you have people who want to stay there. We had 3 generations there. Buena Vista has been important to me for a few reasons. It's my first home. No matter where I go, I'm not going to have the same feeling. I'm considered physically challenged, living on El Camino, right in front of a major bus line, the 22, which runs 24/7, 365. I can do my shopping. I can take my cat Cleo to the vet. I can get to work to the Anza College where I work for 17 years. If I have to move, which I'm planning, with your generosity, I won't have to, it's going to either have me pay rent or food or vet bills. My home, which I bought 15 years ago, will be paid off October 1st. I'd like to make sure I can live in that while it's paid off. Thank you.
Thank you. C. Reddy, to be followed by our final speaker, Job Lopez.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and the City Council and the listeners of the citizens of Palo Alto and neighboring communities. I would like to express my gratitude to Jim Kane for coming up with $14 million as a plan from the city, as well as Joe for county funds. I think it takes a lot of courage and a lot of time to get these funds requested, assigned. So I think it's just a matter of us deciding that we want to, this would be a testimonial for care and good things that we do in Palo Alto. I think the nation is watching. You know, everybody knows about these things. I would like to also ask the leaders of these communities, the wealthy, including John Arriaga, Mark Andreessen, Packer family, Platt family, Mark Zuckerberg, Carly Fiorina, Meg Whitman, Mark Hurd, including all the other leaders that have benefited from working in Palo Alto and have a lot of funds available to see if they can participate in making this happen. There is nothing wrong with this. I think it's wonderful. This is where America is going to look in the future. I think we're going to set a good example, and the funds will follow. I think we'll find funds, and I think it's a great thing, and it will be a good karma in all. Thank you.
Thank you. Job Lopez, and we do have one additional speaker, Winter Dellenbach.
Good evening to each one of you, members of the City Council. My name is Job Lopez, a 41-year resident of Mountain View. I do have many friends who are residents of Buena Vista. And I am here tonight to show my appreciation for all you have been doing, all the effort you have been putting to make possible to save the Buena Vista Park. We have seen that Mr. Simirian and Mr. Cortez have done what they can, and Caritas is doing the same thing. Tonight, each one of you, and I don't have to tell you that, has a wonderful opportunity to make social justice shine like the sun we have seen now and we will see tomorrow in a warm, very warm day. It is very exciting to see all those posters with those faces of children, boys and girls, mothers and parents who are hoping that you will save them, that you will keep them in their homes. And I just want to remind you, even though I don't have to, that each one of us, each one of you, wherever our position is within the society that we are living in, each one has also the moral obligation to do what we need to do for our fellow human beings. And tonight we are sure that you will listen to that and you will make all these people, the Buena Vista Park, happier than they have ever been. And if necessary to match the $14.5 million, we can ask, you can ask the high-tech companies in our valley, like Facebook, Google, Apple, Yahoo. Yeah. I am happy the Daily Post published my letter today where I said what I am saying now, and the San Jose Mercury News did the same thing. Thank you for listening, and I am sure that tomorrow all these people will wake up happier than I have ever woken in many, many months. Thank you.
And our final speaker, Winter Dellenbach.
Winter Dellenbach, Friends of Buena Vista. You have an opportunity tonight. Your chains have been thrown off for the first time in a really long time. You can actually act tonight. We need you to act tonight. What we don't need is we don't need delay. The residents of Buena Vista are intending to stay. Nobody's moving. The children intend to start our schools again in mid-August, in fact, August 17th, which you may decide to wrap up Buena Vista August 17th if I put credence in the staff report. We need you, though, to act. The amount of insecurity and unknowingness that they are living with is obviously very, very high. So as you discuss this tonight, and as you make your decisions, and as you wrap things up on this item, please make it very, very clear as to what you are doing. What you're doing, what you're deciding, why you're doing it, and the time frame in which it will be worked out, assuming that something will happen. Because people really need to understand this, because they need to understand their near future and how that fits into their present plans and lives. There is no other scenario than this scenario. We have looked at every scenario. We've been doing this nearly 3 years. Every scenario. This is the good one. This is the one that will keep residents there. It will preserve the site in perpetuity for affordable housing if this all works out. You have a big role to play in this. This is very much now your decision, your responsibility tonight to really step up and participate. We need you to do that. We don't need delay. We need real action. So good luck in your deliberations. A lot is depending on this. And I have known these folks for kind of a long time now, an awful lot of them. These are fine people. These are the people we want here in Palo Alto. And to lose them would be a tremendous loss and a loss of I think, a part of our heart and a part of what we're about. So make a good decision and do it now.
Thank you. With that, we bring this back to the council. Thank you all for coming, and Councilmember Woebach has put his light on first, and questions, comments, and motions.
I'd like to make a motion.
I'll go ahead and second
it. Thank you, Councilmember Berman. I'd like to move that we direct the city manager to identify and set aside $8 million plus an additional $6.5 million in affordable housing funds for the purpose of preserving affordable housing at Buena Vista Mobile Home Park, and that staff shall return to council with draft amended guidelines to permit use of commercial housing funds for this purpose.
So we already have a predetermined second to that. So Councilmember Woebach, would you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, I'll try to be brief. We've already heard, so I won't go into great detail, but we've already heard that the funds at hand must be used for this purpose or some other affordable housing purpose. We've already heard that this is financially actually a very good deal for the city. And we can discuss more about the numbers if there's any debate about that. But I'd like to make just a couple other brief comments. That families are really the focus here. There are a number of families with a stake. One is the owner's family, who's often forgotten. Another group of families we see many of here tonight, and those are the families of the residents of Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. And the third family that I'd like to just mention briefly is the larger Palo Alto family. By setting aside $14.5 million for use in a potential purchase of Buena Vista at market rate, we demonstrate how we value all of the families involved. Our objective is to play a role in helping find a win-win-win so that each family with a stake in Buena Vista has an opportunity for a bright future. We would be thrilled to have a resolution quickly, but we also want to make clear in particular to the owners, that they should not feel rushed, that it is our intention to work with you to find a positive solution.
Councilmember Berman.
Thank you very much, and I had intended on being brief, and then I started writing my thoughts, and so I apologize for maybe not being as brief as I was hoping to. The last 2.5 years, which has been the term that I've been on council, have been incredibly frustrating. It's been frustrating for the city council, who has had its hands tied due to the quasi-judicial role that we played throughout this process. It's been frustrating for our community, who has rallied around some of its most at-risk residents. And let me just say how proud I am of our community for the reaction, the efforts, and the advocacy by Palo Altans to protect their neighbors. It's been very inspiring for me to watch. But all of that pales in comparison to the frustration of the residents of Buena Vista, who have had to go through this entire ordeal over the last 2.5 years without knowing when it would end or what the resolution would be. Up until now, the council has fulfilled the legal duties we were required to, but frankly, that none of us really wanted to. We run for city council because we want to roll up our sleeves and be part of the solution. Until now, we've been legally prohibited from doing that. Today, we get to be part of the solution. Better yet, Supervisor Simidian and Winter Dellenbach and others have already put in hundreds of hours of work to create the framework for a possible solution. I'm a big fan of Supervisor Simidian's, and I imagine everyone here is. And quite a few times over the years, I've heard Joe tell someone, it's a lot more helpful when you come to me with a potential solution, not just with problems. Here we have a prospective solution. A comprehensive and creative public-private nonprofit partnership that has the potential to preserve 116 units of affordable housing and avoid the eviction of 400 Palo Altans from their homes. One thing I do want to note is that this isn't just an issue that's affecting the residents of Buena Vista. Every day all across Palo Alto, our residents are being priced out of their homes. 45% of Palo Alto's housing units are renter occupied, many of them seniors on fixed income, and they're being priced out of the homes they've lived in for a long time, some of them for decades. Throughout this process, and again tonight, I've heard advocates reference the fact that we have 8 billionaires and many more multimillionaires that live in Palo Alto and that they should write checks to solve our problems. I don't know any of those billionaires. But I do know people who help those billionaires decide how to spend their philanthropic dollars. And I've spoken with them about the situation in Palo Alto. And my understanding, what I've heard, is that folks are open to pitching in, they're open to helping out and be part of the solution, but not until they see that the city is serious about addressing our affordable housing shortfall, and not until they see that the Palo Alto community at large is serious about addressing our affordable housing shortfall. Just a few years ago, some folks were debating whether or not there was even a need for more affordable housing in Palo Alto. And we've come a long way since then, and tonight is a good first step. But we have a long way to go to truly address the housing challenges that exist for a lot of Palo Alto residents. So I'm more than happy to support Councilmember Woolbach's motion. But I really hope that this is just the first step in a more serious conversation about the high cost of housing in Palo Alto.
Councilmember Ness. No politician will turn away applause, but please. Councilmember Ness.
Thanks. Welcome, everyone. So many of you have come here once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. How many of you have come here 4 times? 5, 6, 7, 8? You've come a number of times. And I like the pictures you're holding up. These kids are so cute. I wish you could see it from here. If you want to run up and take a look, you're free to. But this is an extremely warm and, as somebody said, a very community-oriented night. This is a fascinating evening because what we're talking about tonight is literally taking our checkbook and pretty much emptying it. We're going to empty it into what we hope will be a finale for the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. We can't guarantee that. I'm going to leave that to people like Joe and Larry Klein, who have been working in a very difficult situation, and Gail Price out there as well, to call out some of you who have really put your heart and soul into this tonight. So I think what I would like to leave you with is that I think this demonstrates what I think are the core values of this city. Diversity, take a look out here, no question about diversity. Economic justice, would you agree that that's part of this? And to really make a contribution to affordable housing. That really sums up what I think some of the very core values are for those of us who live in Palo Alto. And you have come out tonight, I know, to hopefully defend your homes, but on top of that, I think you're also supporting each other. And I think what you're saying is we want to all come together. We're looking to you, the city, to help us make this happen. The only thing I would say in closing is that this ain't easy. This is a hard road that you're on. And so as we send you out of here with a team of Simidian and Klein and Price and others, please jump in. If you know somebody that you think would like to contribute to this, approach them. Ask them if they would like to join that with you. But it's I think, our great pleasure tonight to be able to set these funds aside and hope that this continues on the very positive road it's been going on so far. Thank you, Karen.
Vice Mayor Schmidt.
I enthusiastically support the motion on the table. Buena Vista has already been endorsed as a part of our housing element recently approved. We recognize that this is the beginning of a process to identify the fair market value for the property, but we move ahead with confidence that there is nowhere else in Palo Alto where we can provide so much affordable housing at a very reasonable price. This is a bargain. I'd like to encourage staff to agendize any further discussions whenever necessary on this to make sure that we move ahead promptly. And finally, just give a word of thanks to those who initiated the process and who have been so active over time in making sure that all of us keep focused on what is a key part of a healthy city. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Schmidt. Just a couple of quick, Councilmember Burt.
Well, thank you. I also will be supporting the motion, and I'm very glad that we've been able to get to this point to be able to make this action. Because these funds, first of all, are dedicated for purposes of affordable housing. And I think that's important for us to emphasize to the community, that is the purpose of these funds, and this is an outstanding use of those very funds. And this is, as some of the speakers had pointed out, this is a question of community values and our moral values. And those are values that actually for a long while, for many decades, Palo Alto has had a strong commitment to affordable housing programs throughout our community. And this is the latest and a very important part of that progression. This is not outside of those values of our schools and our community. It's fully within it and within the great tradition that we have had of being committed to struggling to have diversity in our community. That challenge, unfortunately, is not getting easier. It's getting more difficult each year, and that's a reason why we must take advantage of this opportunity to help this great site become a long-term reality for our community, and I look forward to supporting the motion.
Councilmember Sharf.
Thank you. I also want to thank all of you for coming out. You know, so much time and effort, and you guys have really done a great job. And as Councilmember Niss said, the pictures are amazing. They're really, really fantastic. So thanks so much for all of you coming out. I also, of course, enthusiastically support this. I can't think of a better use of our affordable housing funds than to protect the people that already live and work in our community and send their kids to school here. So I'm, enthusiastically support this. I did have a couple questions for the city manager. So just so I understand, we have about $1.5 million left then in the commercial housing fund?
That's correct, approximately.
Okay. And then do we have a sense of how much more money in the next, say, 2 years we would expect to come into either of the two funds?
Yeah, so the import of your question, just for the audience, is, we continue to collect these fees as we have different development-related projects and that sort of thing. And I'm getting, Hillary, do you have any sense of how much, like in a typical year, we might bring in? I don't know.
So we don't know what's in the pipeline or anything like that. I'd really like us to figure that out. One of my concerns is that, there won't be enough money, and I think we should start thinking about what other money is available to do this in the terms of the affordable housing funds. And when I look at the numbers, it seems to me that we made a little bit more money than this. And if so, how we're going to fund that and how we're going to get that done, I think might be something we want to take a look at. Yeah. So then, yeah, do I have any questions? Oh, yeah. So just so I understand it, right now, do we have an ordinance on how the commercial housing funds are used?
These actually ordinances.
Is it just a guideline?
It's a guideline that established by the council of policy. So it would take a noticed action of the council, but as we indicated in the report, that could easily be done at your meeting on the 17th of August.
So I just want to make sure there's none of this, it has to come back 30 days later for a second reading or anything of that. So we just do it and then we can give the money, and so there's no delay.
Yeah, so you didn't put a specific date in there, but our plan would be to, in the motion, come back on the meeting on the 17th. The council could make the policy change and it would be effect immediately.
So I actually had a question for Senator Simitian, if I could ask him. So, Joe, I called you up just to get the applause. You can sit down. Now
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be with you, Councilman.
No, wait. So, I just wanted to make sure that the timing on all of this works for you, since we're going on break. I assume you'll be negotiating some sort of an agreement, and then the notion is to come back and see where we are. And if it comes earlier than August, I assume we'd somehow make that work. Or any thoughts on that?
I think the timing that the manager has laid out and that a majority of council members have indicated they support, it works just fine in terms of where we are in the process. If the council takes favorable action tonight, the 14.5 plus 14.5 will be 29. There's the potential to do 10 million from a tax-exempt revenue bond that Caritas would float. And I think that makes it very clear to the current owners that there is serious money and that this is a serious conversation. Like any negotiation, it's an iterative process. There's some back and some forth and some back and the forth. But an important part of the back and forth is being able to sit down with some resources that make you a credible part of the conversation. If you take the action tonight, as the board has and as Caritas has stepped up and indicated a willingness to a bond, we will be there. What the timeline looks like remains to be seen, frankly. But I think the timeline that the manager has laid out works just fine for us now. If there's an acceleration of the timeline, I've been encouraged by the manager to let him know at the earliest opportunity. I think you heard him say earlier that there's the potential for a special meeting if necessary. Right now, I have no reason to anticipate that that would be necessary. I think the council is aware, some members of the community may not be aware, that there is a letter that has essentially given an extra 90 days to the current owners in order for them to pursue negotiations, and I think that's taken a little of the pressure off, and so I would say thank you again to the city for that gesture, which I think has created a better climate for conversation. So that was a long-winded public official's way of saying the timeline seems to work for now. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much for your efforts on this.
Councilmember Filseth, see if you can top that.
Maybe I can. There's affordable housing funds. These folks are residents is a no-brainer.
I should probably just keep my mouth shut. Well, I want to thank my colleagues very much for your support for this. Councilmember Walbach for putting forth a very eloquent statement to begin with and to get us kicked off here. I want to say just a couple of things because I want to make sure the media catches this because there's been a lot written online about this. It's been stated before, but please note, these are affordable housing funds that can be used for nothing else. They have to be used for affordable housing purposes. To the question, Councilmember Scharf, about timing, we hope the timing of this is adequate, but as you're aware, we also had the city clerk poll council members, so just in case we needed to meet over our council break, we are prepared to do that and have those present accounted for. So the other thing is there is a fair amount written about how council members have just not done anything to support Buena Vista. And again, for the media purposes especially, because colleagues certainly know this, Buena Vista residents certainly know this, we have not been able to participate. So at this point, I hope to see my colleagues also out there helping in any way we can, and with our support and gratitude to Supervisor Simidian, Winder Dellenbach, Larry Klein, the residents certainly, and many others to come to a happy conclusion on this. My personal goal, my personal hope is that this December there will be a posada at Buena Vista to end all posadas. With that, council members, vote on the board, please. And that. That does pass on a unanimous vote, 8-0, with Councilmember DuBois absent. And I think with that, it's appropriate to take a 5-minute break.
Where they were restricted by so many guidelines in dealing with this, but tremendous accolades to the community of Palo Alto. A great night for former mayor, former council member, and now Supervisor Joe Simidian, working hard to this a packed house here as the Buena Vista Park is as more things are being advanced to keep these residents in Palo Alto for the future of Palo Alto. As these kids, they get to go to school and they have 100% attendance rate. Someone said this is what the future of America is going to look like, so this is a great moment. A lot of energy in this building tonight, and it was Liz Niss who mentioned the pictures. They're holding up pictures of the kids who go to school here in Palo Alto, the Save Our Homes t-shirts, and showing how exceptional really the community of Palo Alto is, and we've got live coverage of it tonight here on KZSU Stanford. It's neat that this is the last broadcast for at least a month and a half now, and it's a great moment certainly for the mayor and for the council that things have moved along, and they trust that Joe Simidian will be working on it tonight and through the council break. We're live, and this is a great this is a great night, great day here in Palo Alto. As I mentioned, we have more items coming up on this last broadcast of the council. I see that Joe Simidian is nearby. He's busy. He is busy talking with other people, but tried to get Joe to come on over and say a few words on a great night certainly a great night for him. So he mingling with the rest of his constituents, and quite a night here in Palo Alto. I'm Vince Larkin. This is KZSU Stanford. We're live gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Palo Alto City Council on the last broadcast of the night and of the month, and the council will be back in session in a few minutes. Certainly a triumphant one. We have several items that are still pending for tonight, and that is that I went over earlier before, but we can certainly do that again. But also to let you know that our next broadcast is going to be the 17th of August, so we will be returning with more important business through the year as we go into the fall session. You know, it used to be that the council would take their breaks in August, but they changed it from August to July because of the school district. They have their meetings, and so much of the school district affects the city council, and it put the city council behind. So they take their break now in the middle of the summer, and also they get the budget in and everything prior to going off. A lot of big events coming up next week. Of course, July 4th lands on a Saturday, so it's going to be a huge chili cook-off this year. That's a big event, and many council members attend that. And there's the big chili cook-off. The fire department is there. The city council is there. It's a great thing, so you can take advantage of that. All right, what we have coming up is we have the proposed assessments on the Palo Alto Downtown Business Improvement District, confirming the report of the advisory board, levying assessment for the fiscal year 2016 on the Downtown Business Improvement District fiscal year 2016 budget amendment ordinance. We also have an adoption of an ordinance deleting Chapter 18.42 of Title 18 of the Palo Alto Municipal Code and adding a new section pertaining to the sitting and permitting of wireless communication facilities. And that is California Environmental CEQA guidelines. And then item number 20, approval of a record of land use action for site design permit and conditional use permit to implement a public bicycle pedestrian path connecting Wilkie Way to Redwood Gate neighborhood, associated site improvements on a 5,000 square foot site. And that is a service, commercial, and landscape site design combining districts located at 4261 El Camino Real. It's an environmental assessment, exempt from CEQA pursuant to sections 15303 and 15304, new construction of small structures and minor alterations to the land. Item number 21 is consideration of impact and fact-finding recommendations regarding the RPP enforcement staffing. Approval of a 3-year contract to Serco Incorporation for $1,509,630 for contract enforcement for the downtown residential preferential parking RPP program. Approval of a budget amendment ordinance in the amount of $378,000 to appropriate funds for the first year of the contract, and adoption of a resolution amending the administrative penalty schedule for violation and RPP program. And then item number 22, which is the 6th item of the action item tonight, consideration of capping the fee for the establishment of single-story overlay districts and referral of a policy discussion regarding single-story overlay and alternate neighborhood protections. And that is where we are now, as the council is taking a well-deserved break. They started early tonight at 6 o'clock, and they did recognize in their pre-meeting a recognition of Fire Explorer Madison Valentine and her honor of being selected Explorer of the Year by the Santa Clara and San Mateo region. You know, you hear a lot about Explorer Scouts, which is the police, but Fire Explorers for the fire department. Congratulations to her. And of course, everything is about fire these days with the fires in Tahoe. And already it's been a very, very busy year for fire departments. And with the drought, everyone is hoping that these fires can be contained, and that certainly many firemen and with all of the help that they have, that they help each other, can be called to go into neighboring communities. And so fire danger is at a super heightened thing right now here in California with the drought. Also, we have the 4th of July coming up, and of course there have been several terrorist attacks in Tunisia and in France, and a lot of FBI raids in the United States of ISIS members. People have been radicalized. The terror alert is also high, as it seems to be almost every 4th of July now, or every 9/11. It's something we've gotten used to, and we certainly trust in the authorities to stay on guard and vigilant. So if you're a firefighter or if you're a policeman, very, very, very busy time this time. And we have some record heat coming our way this week and next week. So it's definitely going to be a hot 4th of July. We've had some fairly cool temperatures leading up, but now we're definitely getting into the hot season, right in time for the council vacation. And which goes from July 3rd to August 14th. When we come back, our next broadcast will be Monday, August 17th. Update on integrated parking strategy for downtown parking management and parking supply. Also, the Palo Alto Perry Proclamation, adoption of Cal Avenue Retail Preservation Ordinance, and adoption of an interim ordinance for the establishment of an office R&D annual growth limit applicable to downtown, the California Avenue area, and the El Camino corridor. And that is August 17th, where we will be broadcasting. Then Monday, August 24th, another broadcast. It's labor negotiation in a closed session. That's in a pre-meeting. Then action with FT&TP wireless assessment recommendations, ordinance updating the purchasing sections of the Muni Code, and public hearing ordinance to amend chapters 18.38 Plan Community District Regulations, 18.79 Development Project Preliminary Reviewed Procedures, and then a colleague memo regarding architectural review revisions. So that is...
that item and appreciate the outcome. Thank you, colleagues and members of the public. So we go now to our next agenda item, which is item number 18. It's a public hearing to hear objections to the levy of proposed assessments on the Palo Alto Downtown Business Improvement District and adoption of a resolution confirming the report of the advisory board and levying assessment for fiscal year 2016 on the downtown Palo Alto Business Improvement District and approve a fiscal year 2016 budget amendment ordinance in the Business Improvement District Fund. Does staff have comments, please? Mr. Fehrenbach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Tom Fehrenbach. I'm the Economic Development Manager. Given your agenda tonight, I'll be very brief. I did want to introduce Mr. Russ Cohen, who is the Executive Director of the Palo Alto Downtown Business and Professional Association. And I wanted to underscore that the action before you tonight really represents a significant improvement to the continuum of the billing, invoicing, collections, and budgeting process for the bid. So with that, Russ and I are here to entertain any questions that you might have after you open the public hearing.
Thank you, and there is a brief script for this item, which is that this is the time and place for the public hearing on the levy of an assessment on businesses in the Palo Alto Downtown Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2016. In February 2004, the city established the Palo Alto Downtown Business Improvement District. Annually, the City Council must hold a public hearing to authorize the levy of an assessment in the next fiscal year. On May 18, 2015, the Council set aside this time and day as the time and date of the public hearing on the proposed levy of an assessment for this fiscal year 2016. The Council appointed the Board of Directors of the Palo Alto Downtown Business and Professional Association as the advisory board for the bid. The advisory board has prepared its annual report for the 2016 fiscal year and submitted it to the council. The city published the required notice in the local newspaper of record regarding reauthorization of the bid for 2016 as required by bid law. All interested persons have an opportunity to provide testimony this evening, and I have no cards at this point in time. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the council will determine whether a majority protest exists. A majority protest will exist if the owners of businesses that will pay 50% or more of the proposed levy of an assessment have filed and not withdrawn a written protest. And we've already had comments from staff, and I guess since there are no cards, we'll open and close the public hearing. And determination of existence of majority protest.
No majority protest exists, Madam Mayor.
In the absence of a majority protest, motion to approve, Vice Mayor Schmidt.
I move that we approve a resolution confirming the report of the advisory board and levying an assessment for fiscal year 2016 on the downtown Palo Alto Business Improvement District, and that we also approve a budget amendment ordinance for fiscal year 2016, reducing the revenue estimate by $40,000 from $140,000 to $100,000, and reducing the expenditure budget by $11,800 from $148,000 to $136,000 for the Business Improvement District, offset with a reduction of the projected ending fund balance by $28,200.
Second by Councilmember Filseth. Vice Mayor Schmidt, do you care to speak to your motion?
No, I know a lot of work has gone into preparing this, and we look forward to moving ahead with a dynamic business improvement district.
Councilmember Filseth, comments? And seeing no lights, vote on the board, please. And that passes on a 7. I'm looking for Councilmember Niss. Okay. That passes on an 8-member majority vote with Councilmember Du Bois absent. So with that, we'll move to item number 19, which is the adoption of an ordinance deleting section 1842-110 of chapter 1842 of Title 18 of the Palo Alto Municipal Code and adding a new section pertaining to the siting and permitting of wireless communication facilities exempt from California Environmental Quality Act. Does staff have a presentation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. I also have our Special Telecommunications Counsel, Tim Lay of Spiegel and McDermott here. He will be here available to answer any technical questions. He's assisted us with telecommunications law for the past 20 years, as this is a very specialized field. So by way of background, of course, Palo Alto is continuing to experience requests for wireless communication facilities. Most of these requests are not to fill in gap coverage, but to respond to the need for faster and more data. So with that, Given that we have multiple requests, there is a body of both federal and state law that unfortunately limits the city's ability to regulate in this area. We've discussed this in different contexts, primarily in connection with housing element law, but it is also very common in telecommunications law, where both federal and state laws actually preempt the city's ability to regulate. So there are a series of federal regulations. Put them up on a slide. We have the Telecommunications Act of 1996. We have the 2009 FCC shot clock regulation. We have the Spectrum Act and the 2015 FCC Spectrum Act regulations. We'll be talking more in detail about those latter two federal laws. With respect to state laws, we have primarily with respect to access to right-of-ways, we have restrictions on ability to regulate carriers' ability to locate on a right-of-way. We also have restrictions on our ability to allow access to actual utility poles, although we do have some ability to limit access to light poles under state law. Today, we want to focus on the regulations that were promulgated in connection with the Spectrum Act. The Spectrum Act was adopted in 2012. It was actually a rider to the Middle Class Tax Relief Act. And it had, I think, one sentence in the rider which said that cities must approve a telecommunications request to modify an existing wireless communication facility that does not substantially alter the existing facility. However, there was no definition of what an existing facility was and what substantially alter meant. There was also no timelines for processing these types of applications. So in 2014, the FCC began its rulemaking process and published some regulations that clarified the definitions that were contained in the Spectrum Act and also contained some timelines for processing these requests. Those regulations went into effect on April 19th, 2015, and cities are now scrambling to put in place ordinances that will be consistent with these regulations. The regulations also imposed a very strict 60-day period for a certain category of applications, which we will talk about. And also with respect to that category, the regulations stated that if the cities do not process applications within that time period of 60 days, that the application will actually be deemed approved, which is a significant departure from current law. So what we've done is presented you with a municipal code ordinance that repeals the old wireless communications facility that we have in our existing ordinance. It establishes a tiered approach to these types of permits and facilities, and it codifies the shot clock rules for processing these types of applications so that both staff and the public know the time periods that apply. So we'll take you through the three tiers. The first tier is really what we call the Spectrum Act permits. These are the tiers this is the type of installation that the Spectrum Act wanted to facilitate and encourage. It involves an existing facility, and that can be either a standalone tower that houses in a facility, or it can be a building-mounted facility. And if there is a co-location which meets the definition of a quote-unquote eligible facility, which is defined in the Spectrum Act to accommodate a co-location which does not substantially alter the existing facility. And substantially alter now is defined in the regulations to mean more than 10 feet if 10 feet in height if it applies to a pole in the right-of-way, or 20 feet in height if the facility is located on private property. So if the co-location request is under that threshold, then we're proposing that a Tier 1 permit apply and that be handled through a director's review. This is the type of permit that is, for the most part, encouraged by the city with our existing regulations. We like to have co-locations. The location has already been vetted with the community, and so these are the types of things that we think will be relatively ministerial in nature, and so we're recommending a director-level streamlined review. Then the next category of facilities are what we call Tier 2 wireless facilities, and they would go through a more rigorous process. They would apply to co-locations that don't meet that definition of substantially alter. So in other words, for private property, it would be an installation that would go more than 20 feet than the existing installation, and for right-of-ways, it would be a facility that's greater than 10 feet above existing. And the review that we're proposing for that is that there would be an architectural review, and that any architectural review would then be appealable to the council. Finally, we have our Tier 3 permits, and these are for any new facility. And so with this, we're proposing the most rigorous review. We would apply both architectural review and we would also require a conditional use permit. We would also require that the applicant provide simulations that will show the level of additional height that the facility would be entitled to under the Spectrum Act, so that the community can see the potential for growth. So those are the 3 levels of permits. The ordinance also contains some additional features. We've updated the definition of wireless communication facility. It mainly tracks now the federal law in this area, and it contains a state-of-the-art definition. We have included some very concrete development standards and some concrete conditions of approval. Again, these development standards and conditions of approval were incorporated into the ordinance in large part if we were to get a Tier 1 facility that was not acted on in the 60 days, and we're facing a deemed approved situation, these conditions of approval would attach regardless of whether there was formal action. So it's an additional safeguard for the city. With respect to our recommendation, we, of course, are recommending adoption of the ordinance. We also are recommending that there is an existing work plan item that involves the siting of a standalone wireless tower. And I believe that was in connection with some thought that carriers would like to locate on a large standalone tower, and that would alleviate the need for multiple sites within the city. Our assessment at this point is that would not alleviate those multiple requests. There is such an insatiable demand right now for data that just one standalone tower is probably not going to satisfy that. I think there was also some concern about the siting of that particular tower and the height that it needed to be to accommodate all of that capacity. So at this point, I think that staff recommends that effort be put on hold and it can be revisited at a later time. I believe we also have Commissioner Gardias from the Planning and Transportation Commission who would like to make a few comments about their review.
Welcome and thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you very much. Ms. Silver, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, Przemek Gardias, Planning and Transportation Commission. So with a few words, I would like to support this ordinance as it was prepared for your review and approval today. It was supported and approved by my colleagues unanimously, and this is we reviewed it and we found the reasons that should be a subject of your approval as well. There were a couple of comments that we made during the review process that were accepted by the staff and inserted into the verbiage of this ordinance. One was the approval of the third of the projects that would be a subject of the appealing process, and you saw on the slides that this was inserted in the verbiage. And also there was a request from our commission to make sure that facilities are a subject of the independent review and emission report on radio frequency by independent engineer, and that was also verbiage that was inserted into the comments. There was one item that we didn't include in our review, which was the reference to the height limit, how far above 50 feet the height of the antenna may go, but we would like to just entrust it to your review to make sure that we appropriately capture this language in the ordinance, that this reference to the Spectrum Act was captured correctly. If there are any other questions, I'm here around, happy to answer. Otherwise, recommend on behalf of my colleagues to approve this ordinance. Thank you.
And thank you. Going back to staff, any final comments?
That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, I have a light from Councilmember Niss.
I don't know how you want to go about this, Mayor Holman, but I'd be glad to move the recommendation, and I also have a comment or two. I move the recommendation. So I don't think there's any question that among the most frustrating things that we go through are where we lose calls, where people are frustrated, and I understand that even our emergency services has difficulty with this as well, even though we certainly don't air that particularly. But one of the questions I had looking at these is that very frequently they're disguised. You don't show any that are disguised. Is that just for illustrative purposes? Or, I mean, often they look like a tree or a flagpole or whatever that might be.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. That's a very good point. I should have raised that. Especially the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 photos are not camouflaged, just so that we could better illustrate the differences between the infrastructure. The photo on the cover page actually is a disguised flagpole installation, and we do have some of those in town, and certainly our existing practice and the practice that will be carried forward in the ordinance is to camouflage the antennas.
I didn't even recognize the one on the front, so thank you. But I think that would be the only comment I would make, and I think this was very helpful to hear about this. And I think it must be very reassuring for the public to know that we are working toward providing better coverage in our city. And I think one of the most frustrating things is it used to be to go up over 280 or to go out North California, and the minute you started, you lost your connection. And this, I think, is reassuring. So thank you.
Councilmember Sharp, speak to your second.
Sure. In taking a look at this, it seems to strike a good balance between aesthetics and approving these applications. And I guess I just wanted to know, that seems to be the goal. Am I correct? I have some questions, actually. What exactly, how is this different than our existing ordinance in terms of the practical effects of what it's going to look like? I mean, I think I understand, but I sort of wanted to hear it from you guys.
So in terms of the aesthetic review that will be done, I don't think there's going to be much of a difference in the look and feel of the installations because the camouflaging and the stealth design requirements are still there. There might be one difference, and that is the height. And so Commissioner Gardias touched on that in his comments, is that the existing ordinance allows a maximum height up to 65 feet and then 15 feet above the existing building height if it's a building-mounted installation. So we've carried that forward in this ordinance, but under the Spectrum Act, you can then receive an additional height allocation, the 10 or 20 feet that I referred to. So we will see some taller towers. Now, if the council decided that they would like to see shorter towers, then what they could do is decrease the overall base height. However, the concern with that is that that might then result in more installations because the coverage capacity would not be as broad.
So with more height, you get better coverage and you have to have less installations, right?
That's correct, based on the existing technology.
So the only thing that gave me pause is that we got an email today from AT&T saying, don't approve this. It could, dramatically harm coverage in Palo Alto. It's basically it. Please delay till we have a time to look at it. And the way I read it is they just hadn't had time to look at it, as opposed to that they had any substantive concerns. So do you have any comments on that or thoughts on that? And no one is here from AT&T, no one's here from Verizon, so I'm assuming that, they're not panicked about this.
So I did have a conversation with the AT&T representative today who made the same request that it be continued to me. And he did say that he actually had reviewed the ordinance and that he didn't think that there were any significant problems, but that they just needed more time to, vet it out internally. So I did mention to him that there will be a second reading on this ordinance and that he could supply comments, but we haven't received any as of yet.
All right, thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Schmidt.
Yeah, I don't have any real questions on the aesthetics and the motion that is made, but I do have a problem with the disconnect. Every time we have a public hearing around a new tower going in, the chamber gets filled with people, and half of them say, I want better service, and the other half says, I'm worried. What are the health effects of this? And, the law is based on the Telecommunications Act of 1996, that local communities cannot regulate on health effects of RF emissions, providing the facilities complied with FCC admission standards. Okay, you look in the data, and those admission standards were based on studies done in the early 1990s, 25 years ago. We're living in a different world. The intensity, the number, the power, the strength of RF emissions have changed. And everyone knows that. And when we have a public hearing, the people come to hear that, and we have to say, no, that's not our job. But since this is the public hearing, I think individually, as people, we have to make a response. Okay, what is the latest research? And if you go and start looking at the research, there's questions out there. In March of 2013, the FCC opened a new docket. They said, we are not health and safety agency. We defer to others to interpret biological research. Now, they tell us that we can't ask health questions because they've taken care of it. And then they say, well, we're not a health agency either. Well, they opened a docket, what's that now, almost 2.5 years ago, for public comment and also research on this. There's not a word of what they've gotten, where they are. Are they learning anything? Are they hearing anything? You go to the literature, and there's lots of people who write articles say, oh, this is dangerous, and others who say, oh, that's nonsense. Well, you look a little further, the FCC say, actually, the group that knows better than us is the World Health Organization. They have a group called the Interagency for Research on Cancer, 13-country study. And they have ongoing long-term research. First, they reached the stage a little more skeptical than the FCC, saying there is signs that something could be going on. So they're doing intensive 13-country study, longevity study. And they say they will have the results in early 2016. Now, that's an important statement. Why doesn't the FCC share with us, if we're the front men for them? We have the public hearings. We've got to respond to people and their concerns. Why don't they give us the latest information? Why do they make us go and spend hours looking through health data, trying to say, gee, is it okay? What's going on here? So a question for legal staff. Is there something we can do to get the FCC to accept their 60-day, 90-day, 150-day limits if they provide us with the latest information on health concerns? Is that a fair mandate for them?
Well, I will defer to Mr. Lay on that. He comes fresh from Washington, D.C., and hopefully he can give us some guidance on that issue.
Mr. Vice Mayor, that would be a perfectly fair and reasonable demand of the FCC. There is the slight problem of, because they are the FCC, whether they behave in fair ways or reasonable ways all the time is not necessarily within anyone else's control. The docket you mentioned, the FCC docket, is still open. The FCC has not acted in it yet. And all the comments that have been filed are retrievable online, actually.
Oh, I couldn't find them.
Yeah, well, the FCC's website, this is another irony of considering they're the Federal Communications Commission, they probably have the most unfriendly website of any federal agency, which is a separate issue. I mean, yeah, the basic fundamental problem that you talk about is the safety of RF emissions is an ongoing one subject to debate, and the FCC has not changed its standards for 20 years, and a lot of people disagree with that. But as far as responsibility under the federal law, responsibility for determining that, and there's some logic to it, is if there is a safety standard, it should be the same safety standard in Palo Alto as in Dubuque or in Miami or Atlanta or anywhere else. If it endangers somebody above a certain threshold, that should be true everywhere. And so the problem is with the substance of the standards. It can be very frustrating at the local government level to have to tell your constituents, I hear you, but I am prohibited from basing a decision on that. But there are two avenues. One is the FCC itself. That docket is open, and anyone can ex parte and actually visit the commissioners and visit staff and submit on that. And I'll be happy to pass on the links to do that. And also, feel free to, obviously, the makers of the federal law that created this circumstance, of course, are members of Congress. So your members of Congress and senators as well. They are the ones that passed the law that said the FCC standards control and you can't base your decisions on that.
Good, that is very helpful. I wonder if the maker of the motion would accept a friendly amendment. That we request that the FCC provide an annual update on the status of health studies that they and the World Health Organization are working on.
I have no objections.
Councilmember Sharf?
That's fine. I like Councilmember.
Microphone, please.
That's fine. And maybe Vice Mayor Schmidt, you'd like to go to Washington and talk directly to the FCC. I think that'd be great.
I'd get lost in the corridors. Yeah.
I see no other lights. I should say, though, that I have no cards for members of the public, so I can open and close the public hearing. And Councilmember Burt.
Well, just briefly on the amendment, we last week had our legislative agenda, and it seems like that's actually the place that this should be directed. I don't know what is really the point of doing it through this motion other than as a way to direct that this be included in our legislative agenda.
So, Vice Mayor Schmidt, did you want to add anything having to do with our legislative advocates as a part of this amendment?
Yes, I think that's a good idea to certainly send it to them, but I think it would be helpful since the FCC has directed us how to run our meetings without information, to let them know that information is a critical part of a public hearing, and they're asking us to conduct public hearings. So I think they have some responsibility.
May I follow up? So how would this be done? How are you envisioning that this would be done?
I would assume that if there are a number of communities that are concerned with health issues like us, and the FCC gets a number of requests, they would appoint some deputy manager to write an annual update.
So is this intended that the city would write a letter signed by the mayor, or what? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yes, to the FCC in response to their requests for us to adapt our local laws.
Vice Mayor Schmidt, is the additional information that you want to have included here is to perhaps have this copied to our legislative advocates?
Yes.
And direct them to follow up?
Yes.
Is that agreeable to maker and seconder?
Whatever way we can get the most accurate information and that we track it is fine with me. Probably putting it in committee where it can be put on the agenda and also followed by the group that is doing this in what's the name of our group in Washington?
Stephen Thane.
Yes.
What's the name of the company?
That group. Yes.
So that is to the city clerk. This is direct the city's federal legislative advocates to address this issue or add this issue to their priorities. Councilmember Niss accepted that. Councilmember Sharf, do you accept this?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, great. I see no other lights, and I just want to support Councilmember Schmidt. I'll be voting for this, but I also want to support Councilmember Schmidt because not only is are the studies old, but I don't know that there was really any anticipation of the proliferation at that time. And while I agree with you, absolutely, speaking to the consultant here, I absolutely agree with you that what should be true in one community should be true in another. The proliferation is not the same in one community to another, so I think that also needs to be addressed. I don't know how we arrived at 4 cabinets as a maximum. Cara, can you speak to that?
That's under the Spectrum Act. That is
again, part of the
regulated
Spectrum. Okay, I missed that. Yes. Okay. Seeing no other lights, we'll vote on the board, and this is to update our city code to be consistent with the Spectrum Act, to direct the city manager designee to suspend the Anthem telecom contract to study construction of a larger standalone tower in light of the changed legal and technological landscape, and request that the U.S. Federal Communications Commission provide an annual update on the status of health studies that they and the World Health Organization conduct, and D, direct the city's federal legislative advocates to address this issue, add this issue to their priorities. Vote on the board, please. And that also passes on an 8-0 vote. Councilmember Du Bois absent. Thank you, colleagues. So that takes us to item number 20, which is approval of record of land use action for a site and design permit and conditional use permit to implement a public bicycle and pedestrian path connecting Wilkie Way to the Redwood Gate neighborhood and associated site improvements on a 5,000 square foot lot fronting Wilkie Way. And we'll take just a moment for staff to change places here. And who on staff will be making the presentation, please? Jonathan?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Our contract planner, Sheldon Nossing, will be making the presentation this evening.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I have a brief presentation for you, summarizes the packet. The project's located along Wilkie Way, which is proposed to be a bicycle corridor. The path would connect the Charleston Meadows to the Redwood Gate neighborhood, where there are small open spaces, as well as the neighborhoods adjacent to the El Camino Real commercial corridor. The project site is a vacant, unimproved 5,000 square foot portion of a 3.2 acre site that has the Diana Hotel. The underlying zoning and proposed use requires public hearings, and as well as before the application was submitted by the city conducted 2 community meetings. And in addition, the Planning Commission and the ARB recommend approval of the projects, as well as the Bicycle Advisory Commission also provided their endorsement. All of these meetings led to maximum public input and opportunities leading to the site plan before you. The plan includes an approximate 100-foot pathway that begins 10 feet wide at Wilkie Way and tapers to 5 feet as it enters the Redwood Gate neighborhood. The site will include trees and drought-tolerant landscaping, along with sitting boulders and benches. And the path will be lit with bollard lighting. All of these are city standard elements. The topics worth discussing are aesthetics and parking. Regarding aesthetics and compatibility, at present the site is unimproved. It's a very small site. In some ways, given its surrounding is a bit out of place. So the project proposes to frame the site in a way that creates transitions between densities and connects to neighborhoods. The project will also improve the aesthetics of the site with, as I mentioned, drought-tolerant plantings that are consistent with its surroundings, and a lighted pathway will also not be intrusive. Regarding parking, during the 2 community meetings, the first community meeting, residents believed that the Summerhill development did not have sufficient parking. So if this path were to be constructed, it would create additional parking on Wilkie Way. So at the second community meeting, the parking occupancy study was conducted, and the report concluded that there was heavy bicycle and pedestrian use along Wilkie Way, and that there was sufficient parking within the Redwood Gate neighborhood. So therefore, the construction of the path would not change any existing parking conditions. Over the course of the project, we received very positive public feedback. If everybody's wondering when the project would be approved, please approve it. We did receive one comment regarding an existing storm drain on the site, and that actually is a condition with the property owner that would be improved prior to the construction of the city project. And that plan is actually in the city's hands for review at this point. We do have a planning commissioner here present to address any questions regarding their evaluation of the project. And the recommendation is for approval of the project subject to the findings and conditions contained in the record of land use of action. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy for any questions you may have. Thank you.
And we have no members of the public who wish to speak to this item, so open and close the public hearing. Councilmember Burt, and I'm open to questions, comments, motions.
I would like to move the staff recommendation, which is approval of a site and design review and conditional use permit to allow the construction of the proposed pedestrian and bicycle pathway and the associated site improvements based upon the findings and conditions of approval contained in the record of land use action.
Second.
Oh, we got several seconds.
Councilmember Burt, seconded by, it sounded like Councilmember Scharf. Councilmember Burt, speak to your motion.
Yes, this is something that we actually made the first steps on as a council in 2008, and it's good to see this is coming about. We don't often get opportunities to create new pedestrian ways in the city, connecting what are otherwise isolated areas that are isolated from one another. I'm glad to hear what appears to be the case that we don't have a parking deficit in the adjacent higher density neighborhood, and we don't anticipate spillover parking. And I look forward to seeing the community use this.
Councilmember Scharf, speak to your second.
Yeah, just briefly, I think it's also fantastic that we are creating more of these pedestrian and bicycle ways, and we're connecting an area that is a little isolated. So I'm really glad to see this come forward, and it's been actually a long time coming forward, since 2008. So I'm really glad we're finally getting this done.
Vice Mayor Schmidt.
Just a quick question. It's a small site. Currently on the left is a parking, the property to the south looks like they have a parking lot or parking places. Will that remain as is? So that this site, which is a little bicycle thing, will remain at the side of a parking lot?
There's no proposed change to that condition.
Yeah, so I guess it doesn't show it in any of the pictures. It looks so nice and park-like and rural, but it still will be next to an active driveway.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just quickly to this then, as Councilmember Burt said, this has been a long time coming. It looks to be a great project. It's nice to have pedestrian access off the street, and so it's a project that looks to be easy to support. So with that, the motion on the board is to approve the site and design review and conditional use permit to allow the construction of the proposed pedestrian and bicycle pathway and associated site improvements based on the findings and conditions of approval contained in the record of land use action. I do wonder if the motion should include the address of 4261 El Camino Real, Wilkie Way Path. Councilmember Burt, I presume you would be okay with that addition?
Sure.
So, City Clerk, where do you get that pasted in there? And it's called the Wilkie Way Path. Okay, and with that, we'll vote on the board. That passes on an 8-0 vote. Councilmember Du Bois absent. That takes us to item number 21, which is consideration of impasse and fact-finding recommendations regarding the RPP enforcement staffing, approval of a 3-year contract to Serco for $1.5 million, basically for contract enforcement with the Downtown Residential Preferential Parking Permit Program. Approval of a budget amendment ordinance, the amount of $378,000 to appropriate funds for the first year of the contract, and and adoption of resolution amending the administrative penalty schedule for violations of the RPP program. Does staff have a presentation?
Thank you, Mayor Holman. Hillary Gittleman, the Planning Director. I'm joined by Suzanne Mason, the Assistant City Manager. This item, as the Mayor indicated, regards enforcement for the downtown residential parking, or preferential parking program, which is one of the Council's priorities. You adopted a resolution back in December of 2014 directing us to get this program in place with all due haste. It's been a long process to select a vendor for this enforcement action and a long process of meeting with our employees on the issues surrounding this contract. We are recommending that you conduct a public hearing and take the requested action. Suzanne and I are here to answer your question. There's also any questions you have. There's also a representative from the vendor and other staff available for questions.
Again, I have no members of the public here to speak to this item, so we'll open and close the public hearing. Councilmember Niss.
This is not meant to be flip, but we have had few items that were more in contention than talking about downtown parking and our RPP, and there's not a soul here tonight speaking to it. Did we announce the meeting? It's almost as though this is a mystery meeting. I'm really surprised.
Madam
Is it
Mayor.
that you've done such a fabulous job that no one needs to appear again and they'll trust our outcome?
I'm not going to answer it the way the planning director is planning to answer it, but no, I think that the point of this is that the recommendation here is really guided for the most part to be in support of the pilot design of the RPP program. And so it really is just advancing the ball, so to speak, for RPP, and I would think that that's pretty well known by folks in the neighborhoods.
Well, unless you want comments from everyone else, Mayor Holman, I would certainly be delighted to move this motion, which has been underway certainly 3 years, perhaps for those of you who've been sitting here longer than that. And it's terrific to see that we're passing it, going to implement it, and I'm going to presume that by the time we come back from break, they'll be well underway, correct? Is that a yes?
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. This current schedule is to begin selling permits in August so that we can start the program, enforcing the program in early September.
Thanks. It is terrific to be moving in that direction. Would you like me to read the motion?
Please, thank you.
So this is, since I'm so delighted we're here, so the summary title of this is the fact-finding recommendation and so forth, but it reads consideration of impasse and fact-finding recommendation regarding RPP enforcement staffing, approval of a 3-year contract to Serco, Inc. for $1,509,630,000 for a contract enforcement for the downtown residential preferential parking RPP program. Approval of a budget amendment ordinance in the amount of $378,000 to appropriate funds for the first year of the contract, and adoption of a resolution amending the administrative penalty schedule for violation of the RPP program. And there was a second, correct?
Councilmember Sharp seconded. Would you like to read the, I think you've covered it all. It's worded slightly differently.
It is, and I really read the title, but if you want to do the rest of it, we can do that as well. But actually, that should be included in the recommendation.
Adopting the resolution, amending the administrative penalty. Do you care to read that part, please? It's on your screen.
I can read under 2. Do you want me to read that part, implement?
Item 3 that's on the screen.
Okay, adopt the attached resolution amending the administrative penalty schedule to include a penalty amount for violation of the RPP program.
Thank you. And do you care to speak to your motion any further?
The only part I would mention is that I was pleased to see that in choosing which company you were going to use, which is on packet page 376, you went into considerable detail about why you didn't choose Data Ticket or SP Plus, but chose Serco. And I think they're very much aligned with what you had chosen, and I would certainly support that. But I think additionally, I think this is really going to be a phenomenal program. I have high hopes for it. And I think the general public has been waiting for this, especially slightly north, slightly south, for a long time. And I think we're all going to be interested in finding out what the results are. You know, who really is parking where, and I imagine we're going to get lots of feedback from a whole variety of sources. So thank you, Mayor. It's a pleasure to be moving on with the RPP.
Councilmember Sharif, care to speak to your second?
I do. First of all, I'm going to say I'm really pleased we're finally moving forward with the RPP. I know this is something the community's really wanted. It's taken forever. It's embarrassing how long it's taking. And it's not a fault of staff. I mean, I think it's really, really unfortunate. And I'm really disappointed in our friends at SEIU for delaying this for 6 months when they know that the community really wanted it, put the city towards thousands and thousands of dollars in terms of having to do a hearing, having to cause us to have to go to PERB on this whole issue when this really isn't even in the purview of PERB. And then to take the time of the fact finders who then wrote a really long opinion. And I don't know, how long was the hearing?
It was all day on the 29th of May.
And, you know, to put the city through all of that, to put the public through all of that, and then there's not a single person here from SEIU. I think that's shocking, frankly. And I'm just very disappointed that that kind of thing would happen. So I'm really glad the RPP is moving forward, and look forward to its timely and quick implementation.
Thank you. Councilmember Berman.
So I definitely agree that it's vital that we roll out the RPP as quickly as possible. We're already quite over the time that we said we'd start the pilot, and it's about time that we get started with that. I received an email a couple of weeks ago with a proposal from SEIU that kind of heavily emphasized the use of what's the technical term? The license plate recognition programs. And I noticed that in the staff report, we talk about in not a ton of detail, but kind of why those aren't appropriate for the use for the downtown RPP. Could you guys expand a little bit upon kind of why staff doesn't think that the license plate recognition programs are the appropriate technology?
Well, Hillary is the expert on this, but having been on the panel for fact-finding, I have some background in it now. The discussion with the SEIU was that they suggested the use of this technology in the RPP. And while staff acknowledged we were willing to explore the use of new technology, it was questionable whether it would work in the RPP because in the employee parking component of the permits, they will be assigned by by street block, and I know there's a more tech block face, and it was questionable, 2 reasons. One, the closeness of the cars as they park near each other, whether we could actually get to the license plate, and secondly, it was questionable whether the technology, the GPS technology, could actually place it on that small of an area as a block face.
So that was, sorry, go ahead, City Manager, it looks like you have.
Well, I would just say, we had this discussion a couple of years ago with the council at one point, and this being Palo Alto, question about deploying license plate readers and the implications of those and that use, and how do you collect the data and privacy. That engenders what would typically be a longer conversation.
Yeah.
And we have a time schedule and a sense of urgency here to kick the pilot off. And so the idea of, getting sidetracked, at least at this time, with, a conversation in which we'd be dependent upon the technology to go ahead and implement the program, just didn't make sense. It's why we've indicated all along we're always interested in exploring new technologies, and there's nothing at all that keeps us from doing that with our existing parking management work in other areas of the city, but to deploy it at this point with all of the uncertainties and variables at play in the pilot just didn't make sense.
Do we know, have license plate recognition programs worked? Because it seemed to me like it would be an easier technology for diagonal parking, right, where you've got easy access to the license plates. Has it been used in other communities in non-diagonal parking areas?
I can answer that also, Councilmember Ron Watson, Police Captain. Back to the original question, though, about the LPRs. One of the difficulties I envision going forward in talking to the transportation folks is you may deploy hang tags for guests. In that case, we would not have the license plates to match them up, so it would be completely useless. If hang tags are used anywhere, LPR would not be functional for that. Some places do use the LPR for parallel parking, but it is not as efficient as the diagonal parking. But the hang tags are probably one of the big reasons too.
The biggest hang up?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Wobach.
Thank you, staff, for the report and the work, and everybody who's from the community to the staff, council colleagues who've put so much work into this for so long. It's been a long time coming. It's really important, obviously, as everybody said. We're not talking about a cheap contract here, but I definitely understand why this vendor was picked over the others because of all the reasons explained by staff. Looks like the length of the contract is about 3 years to expire at the end of May 2018. And so I was just wondering if you could give us a real, maybe short thoughts about whether it needs to be that long a contract, whether we might want to revisit it before that. You know, we might decide to switch to something else before that or in 2018. And also I'd mentioned that there's also the reverse possibility. We might decide that we really appreciate this partnership and want to expand it. So just thoughts about timeline for any modifications.
Thank you, Councilmember Wobach. We envisioned this pilot RPP program for downtown initially as a 6-month phase 1 and then probably a year-long phase 2. That's just our estimate based on the council's direction last December. So we wanted a contract of sufficient length to make sure that we could handle both that period. Obviously, at the end of that pilot, as we design any changes to the program, we'd also like the ability to keep using the contractor through a transition to whatever permanent program we put in place. So this contract is sufficient length to give us the ability to get through the pilot and make some decisions going forward after that.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Schmidt.
Yeah, the council committed itself to the RPP program and making it work in December of 2014. And I think this is a critical step to make sure that it starts on time. We absolutely need the information from this to get an idea of how many cars are out there and how they split and what to do about it. I am struck, though, that we are using general fund money to foster this. I note that earlier this evening we approved a $2.9 million TDR, which is a transfer of development rights from elsewhere into the downtown. And our downtown development cap evaluation pointed out that over the last 15 years we've added 140,000 square feet of commercial space above zoning through TDRs, and that has included 532 exempt parking places. So there has been a sizable private benefit engendered in the downtown, and part of it has resulted in parking issues. Again, I don't think we can really grapple with the problem without knowing the data, and we need to start this program to get the data. So I am supporting the request for funding. But I think it is important that we have a discussion about fair share of funding. And I do note that the planning director has identified a date in September where the council will have a discussion of fiscal impacts. And I assume that then is the appropriate place to talk about parking, general funds, other sources of revenues. Is that a correct interpretation?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Schmid. Actually, we've talked about having a discussion of fiscal impacts in the context of the comprehensive plan update, and we do hope to schedule that sometime this fall. I think September is a little optimistic. We have consultants working on that study right now. I should clarify that the action before you does use general fund support, but it's anticipated to be largely supported by permit revenues. We just, until we have practice
in the future,
with these revenues, we don't know exactly, how much they'll cover, but it's our hope that the general fund support ultimately will be quite a bit less than we're showing you this evening.
Good, thank you.
Councilmember Philseth.
So I want to second what the Vice Mayor just said about looking at this, but again, I agree it shouldn't derail this because for the first year, because this has been a long time coming. Residents want it. There's been a lot of delays already, and I think Councilmember Scharf just pointed out a fairly significant, frankly, silly one that we've had to deal with. I think staff has done a thorough job on this, and we ought to move forward.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, I support moving forward. I did just want to correct for the record something that I think is important for the community to understand. The transfer of development rights that we did earlier this evening must be fully parked at their new location downtown, and they're being transferred from a location that is actually in one of the parking overflow areas to the downtown. So they're not being transferred from outside elsewhere in the city into our impacted neighborhoods. And in fact, they'd be getting moved from kind of the outskirts of downtown at Homer and Bryant to somewhere closer to transit downtown. So I just want to make sure for the record that there's not, we hear kind of claims that now these TDRs are necessarily compounding our problems. And in this case, that's not the case.
So I'll most assuredly be supporting the motion, and it has been a long time coming. Thank you to staff for your diligence on pursuing this over the long course, longer than any of us wished it had been. And I do want to also support the comments or reiterate the comments of Vice Mayor Schmidt when it comes to where the funding source for this program is coming from and what we might look at in the future in a longer term fashion. So the motion in front of us is to implement the city's last, best, and final offer to Service Employees International Union, Local 521 SEIU by 1, authorizing the city manager or designee to award a 3-year contract in the amount of $1,009,630 to Serco, Inc. for enforcement of the Downtown Residential Preferential Parking, or RPP, program, and approving a budget amendment ordinance, or BAO, in the amount of $378,000 to cover contract costs for the first year, transferring funds from the general fund to the residential parking permit fund, offset with a reduction in the budget stabilization reserve. And 3, adopt a resolution amending the administrative penalty schedule to include a penalty amount for violation of the RPP program. Vote on the board, please. And that passes unanimously on an 8-0 vote, with Councilmember Du Bois absent. So, council members, that takes us to our final item on tonight's agenda. And that is consideration of capping the fee for establishment of single-story overlay districts and referral of a policy discussion regarding single-story overlays and alternative neighborhood protections. Staff have a presentation, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Holman, council members, Hillary Gittleman, the planning director. Just briefly.
I do apologize.
Yes.
I do apologize. We do have 2 council members who need to recuse themselves, and we will be breaking this item into 2 parts. And so the recusal of the council members Wolbach and Vice Mayor Schmidt will refer to the first part, which has to do with the single-story overlay fees. Councilmember Wolbach.
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly that. I'll be recusing myself for the first portion of the discussion, and I will be back for the second part because I live in a potentially affected neighborhood.
Vice Mayor Schmidt.
Yes, and I live in an impacted neighborhood and will recuse myself from the first part.
So, Director Gittleman, so we'll be discussing at this point in time and hearing a presentation on the single-story overlay fees.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Holman, Hillary Gittleman, the Planning Director, and I really don't have a lot to add. This is a continued discussion, as you know, of an item that was a discussion that was first begun at the Finance Committee and continued at the Council during the budget hearings regarding the fee that should be charged for establishment of single-story overlay districts. The staff report, I think, is clear. It appears that in the past, even though these districts are initiated by application from members of the community, they've been treated as rezonings initiated by the city, and a fee has not been charged. So the recommendation before you this evening on the fee is to either continue that practice and not charge a fee, or to set a flat fee that's less than the fee that in the municipal fee schedule that's currently charged for other types of rezoning. Be happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Sharp.
So I thought this was really interesting, that's what we've been doing. I'm fine with continuing it the way it is. My only concern is that the public didn't know this was our practice, and I don't think staff knew this was our practice. So if we move to continue this practice, how are we going to let people know? I mean, I assume staff will now be cognizant of it, but staff moves on and that kind of stuff. Are we going to make it clear somewhere that this is the way the process works?
Thank you, Councilmember Sharp. There's actually a section in the fee schedule that says that a fee will be charged. I'm sorry, in the municipal code that says that a fee will be charged. So we'll have to clean that up in our code cleanup ordinance. It'll just be a change to strike or modify subsection 2D in 1812.100, which says that a fee is charged.
So when we make a motion tonight, if we were going to say direct staff to continue the practice of treating the single-story overlay district, should we put in there that you will also bring back an amendment to the municipal code to codify that practice?
That would be perfectly acceptable. I'm referring to a section on packet page 450 if you want to look at it, but it seems like we should either take the step of amending this section of the municipal code or put a note on the fee schedule that says, even though it says charge a fee, the fee is nothing. You could do either one of those things.
All right. So,
and before any motions made, we do have one member of the public who cares to speak to this item, Bob Moss.
Thank you, Mayor Holman and council members. I found the whole question of the fee rather puzzling. I listed the various staff reports for the first 10 single-story overlays which were adopted, and in none of those reports was a fee mentioned. Now, that doesn't mean a fee wasn't charged, it just wasn't in the basic report that went to the council. So I was curious, and I looked at the city budgets from 2005, 6, 7, and 8, and there was a table in there of fees, and single-story overlay is not listed in any of those budget fees in the tables. Now, I suppose that it would be possible to go back and look at the council minutes of the meeting when the actual overlays were adopted and see if the minutes discuss fees. But I just found the whole thing rather puzzling, and I think that it would be useful if the other thing I want to mention is that a third of the single-story overlays are small, 16 to 27 units. So the higher the fee, and for small areas, the more it's going to cost each property owner. In fact, there was only one single-story overlay which was large. It was 256 or 59 units, The others tend to be between, say, round numbers 55 to 95. So my suggestion is that if you decide you do want to still maintain a fee, that it be minimized, $500, $1,000, something like that. You might want to even put in, let's say, 2 levels of fees. If it's under 150 units that are asking for the single-story overlay, then you have a lower level fee, and if you have over that number, then you can have a little higher fee because it would still average out to a lower payment per property. But I just thought the whole question of the fee charge, when it came in and how it was assessed, was very puzzling, and I had some trouble digging out any data on it. I suppose it would be possible to do it, but I don't know if it's worth the effort. Oh, and just as a final comment, in a few minutes, the people of Palo Alto will be able to quote a modification of something that I think you all can appreciate. Hallelujah. Once more, Palo Alto has been saved. The City Council stands adjourned. Mark Twain thought that was a very good point.
We have one more speaker on this item, Richard Willits. You'll have 3 minutes.
Madam Councilwoman and Madam Mayor and council members, I wonder if I might turn over my opportunity to Leah McGarrigle. May I do that? Okay. I want to congratulate you all for going so quickly on this last night. It caught us by surprise.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Richard. Pull it way down. Thank you. Needed help. It's lovely to be here.
And state your name, please.
Yes, my name is Leah McGarrigle, and I live in Los Arboles addition of Eichler Homes, built in the early 1970s. Our addition is notable for being one of the last Eichler subdivisions built and one of the few containing some rare Eichler homes designed with an integrated second story. We are committed to protecting this important legacy and our neighborhood quality of life. I have here the Los Arboles addition application to create an R1 as single-story overlay combining district for the 113 contiguously located properties in our neighborhoods. We intend to submit this application tomorrow morning and eagerly await tonight's decision. I am also speaking on behalf of the other neighborhoods working towards single-story overlay protection from intense development pressures. They are here tonight. Nice to see everybody. Oh, nice to see you. The work we are doing is very important to us and to Palo Alto. We are here to ensure applications for a single-story overlay or SSOs that are not assessed a zone change fee. We believe the fee in question is intended for a single development project attempting to alter a zone for developmental purposes in which they would realize significant financial gain. We believe the fee was never intended for assessment on an entire neighborhood, and we understand none of the prior 12 SSO applications in Palo Alto were assessed this fee. Tonight we are urging you to do the right thing for Palo Alto and eliminate this fee. Should this decision follow the staff recommendation that applications be submitted via the Planning and Transportation Committee with no fee, we would ask for the timely consideration and processing of these applications by the Planning and Transportation Commission. We are also urging you to act tonight on the staff recommendation to appoint resources toward other forms of neighborhood conservation in the near future, and we are here to help. Eichler neighborhoods are a significant part of the architectural heritage of Palo Alto and California. Hence, it would be in the city's interest to facilitate their protection by these two actions. We are asking you to please do this tonight so that we may submit our application tomorrow morning, and thank you so much.
Thank you. And Mr. Willits, were you also going to be speaking?
No, thank you, Mayor Holman. I think that pretty much said it. If I could just put in a quick word, I want to enforce that we would like it if you could eliminate the fee and help us to protect Eichler neighborhoods, and that both Leia's tract and several other tracts are, which are developing their SSO applications, are going to be ready to go no more than 5.
Thank you. And I think I see one more speaker. Would you turn your card into the city clerk and state your name for the record, please?
I'm Robert Hinden. I live on an Eichler on Murray Way in Palo Alto, and I also support the staff recommendation to waive the fees as had been stated earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I see one more speaker card coming. We are running so far ahead of schedule that, and do you also have one?
I do.
No, that's something else I see. Okay.
Hi, my name is Dorianne Moss. I am a resident in one of the developments that is seeking an SSO, and I've been very active recently gathering signatures for such an effort. And I wanted to speak to the fact that the gathering signatures is a democratic action, and I don't think a fee should be charged for exercising our democratic actions. We are not seeking to benefit. We are a group of citizens coming to act together, not a single developer seeking to benefit from such a benefit monetarily from such a change. Thank you.
And thank you. I don't see any other, there's, they are trailing in. They must be watching us on TV. They must be.
Yes. Name is David Hammond, and I apologize for the lateness, but I was watching on TV, and actually I fell asleep. Never mind.
We're that boring.
I'm that old. That's the problem. Okay. Just wanted to reiterate in the letter that I sent to the council is that it is urgent. As stated before, I've lived here since 1963 in the house in Metro Circle, and have never seen the push of real estate people be as great. In the last 2 weeks, there have been 2 very well-dressed young men, just doing their job, but they've come door to door in our neighborhood trying to list the houses. And personally, for our house, and I know I've talked to a couple others on the circle, I've received in writing an offer. It's not sight unseen because they could certainly go to Google and see what the house looks like, but for $1.5 million for my house, which is in the deepest part of the floodplain, 1,550 square feet. We love it, and it's an award-winning house from years ago when the Architectural Review Board gave out some awards. But at any rate, it is urgent that it gets done now with all this pressure from the real estate industry.
Thank you very much. And this is sort of like being in church and people dropping donations into the basket. Would you speak your name for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Renata Tong. I live in one of the Eichler neighborhoods in Torreya Court. I just want to voice my vote that to support waiving the fee for the single-story overlay. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And to the city clerk, if I could direct you to packet page 428 and look at the language that's there for part 1 and part 2. I think that would be more likely what we'd be acting on, and again, we'll be taking this up in 2 different portions. Councilmember Scharf, I'd indicated I would return to you.
Well, after that rousing support, obviously we should waive the fee, right? So I'll move that we direct staff to continue the past practice of treating single-story overlay district requests as rezonings initiated by the Planning and Transportation Commission so that no fee would be required, and that staff bring back an amendment to the municipal code reflecting that.
Second.
Would you care to speak to your motion, Councilmember Sharp?
Yeah, no, I think this is absolutely the right thing to do. I think it doesn't make sense well, since we haven't charged the fee, it clearly doesn't make sense to start charging the fee. And on reflection, it clearly makes sense that we don't basically have, large neighborhoods having to go ahead and get the money to put this together and do it. This is a zoning type function, and as such, we should move it forward as such.
And City Clerk, this is only A, it is not B. B will be taken up later. Councilmember Niss, care to speak to your second?
Thanks, and I think we actually approached this the last time. I know Councilmember Du Bois is gone, but we had both suggested probably consistency would be the best path for us to follow with this. Particularly, my thanks to Bob Moss, who went back through his records, and from what he could tell, and I guess from what we can tell, this fee hasn't been charged previously. But in making the second, I also want to look at Hillary and ask if, it seems as though what this does actually is if you have the single-story overlay, then the appeals process changes, because now there isn't the appeal process that we have seen for individual review. Instead, this will be, I think, the burden of the city to maintain the single-story overlay. Am I correct? I'm pretty sure that's correct from reading about is it Oak Grove, Bob, where this started? Oak Grove. And I think that was why they began, because the homeowners actually sued the city. And the point of this was to protect the homeowners and the homeowners association in this situation.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. I can't speak to that particular set of circumstances, but the concept of a single-story overlay is to preclude the construction of a two-story home, which would be considered discretionary under our individual review program. So it essentially eliminates the need for or the opportunity for appeals in the IR program.
Actually, probably saving us money, because whenever there's appeal, it is going to be a cost to staff and frankly a cost of everyone else who gets involved in it at the same time. So I would say, given that this has been our practice in the past, let's continue our practice in the future. I don't know how many homes will be involved eventually. I think you said there are now roughly 846 lots that are currently involved, and I imagine we'll probably add another, I don't know, I'm guessing 300, 400. Several of the groups tonight that have talked are in different parts of town. So it would seem that this consistent practice is going to be workable, and let's move it forward.
Councilmember Filseth.
Thanks. I just had a question. I think Councilmember Niss sort of maybe covered some of it, which is, I have the impression that the past practice of rezoning was sort of, almost kind of a workaround to avoid the fee. So if we want to get rid of the fee, what's the right way to do it? Is it to rezone, or is it to do it some other way? If we're going to do this, what's the proper way to do it?
Well, thank you for that question. I think the motion is perfectly acceptable. We could amend the code to state that such applications, if they meet these criteria that are provided in the code, shall be considered initiated by the PTC and the Planning Commission, and start out there. So I think that's an acceptable way to change the code and reflect the past practice.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Councilmember Burt.
So first, a question. When we put an overlay in, it's still an R1 zone. So is this really a rezone?
It is a rezone in the sense that we're applying a combination district, which shows on the zoning map. So it is considered a rezoning.
Okay. And then
logistically, we have these single-story overlay applications that the soonest one may be arriving tomorrow, but we won't have amended the municipal code at that time. So what was your plan on how to contend with the way the code is currently written? Should we, in fact, as an interim, put a nominal fee in there, and then we've abided by the current code until we get it corrected in a month and a half or something?
Thank you. I think staff's feeling is that if the council has been comfortable in the past with basically interpreting this section of the code as not applying, if the applications are brought to the PTC for initiation shortly after receipt, we would be happy to continue that practice until this kind of cleanup amendment of the code could be adopted.
So I get that, and this may be more of a question for the city attorney. We could potentially get a legal challenge from property owners who want to build a second story, and if we didn't follow our code, are we jeopardizing our position?
It's very difficult to imagine that subsection of the code that includes the fee would be interpreted by any court as establishing a right, of a substantive right of that nature. As you were starting this discussion, I was going the same place in my mind. You know, it's always the best practice, of course, to interpret the code according to its plain meaning. And there's some tension in the historical practice and the proposed way of proceeding with that approach, which I think the council has been urging city staff towards that as a general matter. So I do think it is a good idea at the earliest possible time to clean up the code and remove the reference to the fee, or provide explicitly that the fee would be zero.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that in the interim, if we charged $100, I don't think that's going to be a big problem with any of the neighborhoods who are applying. And if it puts us in a stronger position, I don't have a problem doing that. If you don't think it's necessary, I don't have a problem going that way either.
I think it would be fine to do that, but I don't think it's appreciably different in terms of the legal situation. I think that there really is not much of a risk here, if any, of a challenge, but appreciate the question.
So I have two questions, and thank you for bringing this forward in such a timely manner. So one question is, we have an interim period here, excuse me. We have an interim period here where single-story overlays have not been actually created yet, but applications may be in process. So what will happen to applications that come forward for two-story homes? How will those be processed and considered?
Well, thank you, Mayor Holman. I think our obligation will be to consider any applications that come in the context of the municipal code as it currently exists. Obviously, we would give applicants an awareness and understanding that there are pending revisions to the zoning map in that area, but we can't use a pending action to evaluate an application. It would only be if the pending application were actually acted upon before the application processing had been complete. I hope I made that myself clear.
You did. And so if there's an application that is being processed and the overlay takes effect while that application is being processed, then that would apply to any pending application for a two-story home. Just want to be clear on that. Because there's no vested right as of yet.
There would be no vesting until the application was actually approved and acted upon. So any rezoning would apply to an application that's in process. That's my understanding.
And so is it appropriate then for staff to suggest to anyone in that circumstance to consider that they could build a single-story home to greater lot coverage than otherwise allowed? And that's what we did. I think Councilmember Burt was still on the commission when we did that at Planning Commission. So can staff feel comfortable encouraging applicants to say this is an avenue you might want to pursue? we aren't changing that part of the code because that'll happen when the overlay gets put in place. But does that make sense?
Well, I think you're making a good observation, which is the code in its current iteration really offers an incentive around lot coverage for single-story homes, in addition to the incentive that such single-story homes are not subject to discretionary review. They're really ministerial and aren't subject to the appeal procedure. So there are already incentives built in for single-story homes. Your observation that maybe applications that walk in the door where there's a pending zoning action to apply the single-story overlay may think twice about going in that course, in that direction, I think is a good observation.
Thank you for that. And then another question is, you know, the IR guidelines do talk about compatibility, and they are guidelines. But is there anything, and I know it's on your radar to make some changes to the IR guidelines, but is there anything that we can do in the interim to promote compatibility to a greater extent than we seem to have been doing in the last while? Even with a single-story overlay, it doesn't dictate compatibility. It could be, but I'm talking about in the interim, like, because we have individual review guidelines right now. I appreciate the question, Councilmember Burt. But is there something we can do now with our existing IR guidelines to, when reviewing new proposals, to promote and better adhere to that guideline of compatibility than we have been of late, it seems? And that's one of the reasons why we've been getting so many appeals, I believe.
Well, thank you, Mayor Holman. Let me just talk to that issue for a minute. We've been receiving pretty consistently the last few years about 70 applications a year for IRs, so about 72-story homes. Of those, again, consistently on an annual basis, we see, I don't know, less than a handful. So 3 or 4 of them get very contentious and result in appeals to the City Council. You are right that, you know, there are many instances in which we get into discussions with applicants and neighbors about how to interpret the guidelines and what is meant by compatibility. We're always trying to do better and apply these guidelines consistently. And so open to all of the input we get from neighbors, and we try and work through as many of these as we can, and the ones we can't work through, they end up before you to adjudicate just that issue.
Thank you. And then my last question here is, understanding the staff has a lot of work on its plate, and we heard from Leah McGarrigle that they have an application ready to go tomorrow morning. Councilmember Du Bois and I in particular have been meeting with some of the neighborhood groups by invitation, and it seems like they've been pretty organized and pretty thorough. So is there some opportunity or some possibility, rather than addressing these, again, looking for efficiency for the part of staff as well as neighbors, to do some kind of like bulk processing of these if things come in and they're very orderly? So could 3 applications be considered at once? And by that I mean, so could those neighborhoods meet all at the same time together? And then if it gets contentious, it gets contentious. But if there's really good agreement on wanting to move forward, would that be efficient for staff in the neighborhoods? Could it be?
Well, thank you for that suggestion. Obviously, we'll look for any opportunity to process these as efficiently as possible. We do have a lot on our plate right now, so we'll look at that idea. I should indicate, you know, I did talk to one of the staff members who processed one of the last single-story overlays that went through our department, and where the controversy and the time is really involved is for dealing with the folks within the neighborhood who are not on board. You know, so there's this 60 or 70% agreement, a requirement for an application, but that still leaves, you know, some members of the community who are not in support, and they inevitably have questions and concerns that require some staff time to respond to, and we're happy to do that, but that's really where the time and energy comes into play, and we'll just have to see, you know, how much is involved and what the timing is to process these applications when they come in.
Well, thank you. And if they could be at least initiated in that way, the ones who are not in agreement will be make themselves known. City Manager, did you have a comment?
I think I'm fine, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. With that, The motion on the board is by Councilmember Scharf, seconded by Councilmember Niss, to direct staff to continue the past practice of treating single-story overlay district or SSO requests as rezonings initiated by the Planning and Transportation Commission so that no fee would be required, and B, to return with an ordinance updating the municipal code to reflect this change. Vote on the board, please. That passes unanimously on a 602 vote. Councilmember Du Bois absent. Councilmember Wobach and Vice Mayor Schmidt recusing themselves. So with that, we returned for part 2 of this. So we return now to consider part 2 of this, which is to consider referring policy matters that relate to single-story overlays and other neighborhood overlays that could provide neighborhood protections to the Policy and Services Committee or PTC for discussion at a later date. And we'll wait just a moment until the other 2 council members rejoin us.
Thank you, Mayor Holman. Hillary Gittleman again. The next part of this item it was placed on the agenda at the council's request. You asked us to place an item on the agenda so that you could consider referring policy matters that relate to single-story overlays and other neighborhood overlays that could provide neighborhood protections to the Policy and Services Committee or the Planning and Transportation Commission to discuss at a later date. Obviously, from a staff perspective, we have the single-story overlay process, which has worked to protect. In the staff report, we identify, as I think Councilmember Niss indicated, 850 lots have been included in these overlay zones as a way to protect the character of the neighborhoods involved. If the council wanted to explore modification to this process or consider alternates, we would be happy to support that as a staff, although it would take some effort. And our hope is that you would identify this as something to be undertaken in the comprehensive plan update that we're doing currently as a priority item when that endeavor is completed. It's just as a way for us to have the time and the energy to do the research I think that you would want from staff in terms of investigating best practices, ways that these issues have dealt with in other communities. And as Councilmember Burt indicated at our last meeting, we'd want to get back with the folks that helped us design the IR program to begin with, talk about what's worked, what hasn't, and how that could be adjusted or amended if that's a course of action that the council would like to pursue. So City Manager and I are happy to answer questions about this, but we're interested in your thoughts.
And I see no cards from members of the public and none coming. So we'll bring this back to the, so open and close the public hearing and bring this back to council. Council members. Councilmember Niss.
I'd be glad to move this on to the policy committee, but I have a question, and it's one that Tom actually brought up to me. I don't remember too many of the details, but he indicated that there is a track in Sunnyvale where they have guidelines for Eichlers going up. Does this ring a bell with anyone? And if not, is it something that we could take a look at? Apparently, there is a section, Sunnyvale has a lot of Eichlers, and apparently it came to their council or to perhaps their Planning and Transportation Commission, and there was a discussion about how this could be done in such a way that it was compatible with the other Eichlers. So maybe that just muddies the waters at this point, I don't know, but it was very interesting. And the way people add second stories certainly varies enormously, especially if you just ride around town now and look in some of the areas where they have added the second stories where they're primarily single stories. They have been added in a whole variety of ways, some which are certainly very intrusive, others which are not at all. So if that's something we could look at in the future, I think that would be interesting. Other than that, Mayor Holman, I'd be glad to move this to the policy committee if you're ready for that. If not, glad to wait.
Why don't I come back to you? I'm seeing questions from several council members, so why don't we come back to that if you would. Councilmember Burt.
Well, first I'd like to follow up on Councilmember Niss's question about whether we should in the future explore a second alternative to offer neighborhoods, which would be a design compatibility for Eichler style neighborhoods if they want to elect to allow second stories, but that those would be under certain design and compatibility guidelines. I don't know whether neighborhoods would be interested in that. There may be neighborhoods that already have had, that are predominantly Eichler, but already have a lot of second stories and they're not really candidates for single story overlay. Or it may be that some neighborhoods would say they're interested in that as an alternative. We also may not get any takers, and the neighborhoods who want more protection may just want to go the single story overlay route. So I think it would be helpful to the staff and the Policy and Services Committee to hear whether this is a sub-issue that we should be pursuing if this is referred to us. And then the second question I had, or actually a comment, as far as returning to the original IR review committee co-chairs or other committee members, an additional question for them would be how implementation of the IR review process seems to have occurred over the years compared to its original intent and the early years implementation, and whether that has drifted. And I think that's an important question. Thanks.
Councilmember Scharf.
So what I heard from staff is that they don't really have the bandwidth to have this go to Policy and Services and work it up. I actually like Councilmember Burt's suggestion of design guidelines, alternative design guidelines in Eichler neighborhoods. I think that's a much more targeted and shorter discussion than saying other neighborhood overlays. And I mean, there might be others, but I think that if you target it, it's much better. And I think that's a targeted approach that would work. I also, however, think that if we're going to do that, I think we're going to make it narrow like that. I think we should definitely refer to Planning and Transportation to look at it. I'm not sure why we would need to go to Policy and Services, but I'm open to hear why we would want to do that. I mean, I might be missing something. So that's sort of where I would probably go on this is, let's target it, and if there are other neighborhood protections besides the additional design guidelines for Eichlers, I'm open to hearing them, but I actually thought that was a good one, and I think we should move forward on that, and I think we should refer it to the Planning and Transportation Commission.
Councilmember Wobach.
Yeah, I'd actually concur with the direction it sounds like this is going. I think that thank you for that, Councilmember Scharf. I think that PTC sounds like probably the better place next to go, but I'd also be open to idea I think I heard from staff earlier that perhaps this would be just worked through as part of the comprehensive plan, but I'd be very open to thoughts on that. I'm not convinced that Policy and Services is the right place to which to refer this. I'm definitely supportive of the concept of enabling neighborhoods to be the leading voice and crafting their own aesthetic future. And also I do like the greater clarity of direction that Councilmember Burt was pushing us because originally it sounded very vague and open-ended, and I think that narrows it and helps the discussion.
Vice Mayor Schmidt.
Director Gittleman made the case that maybe the comprehensive plan is a nice place to look at this in a little wider purview. If you look at our current comp plan, there's a number of programs and policies that seem relevant. Program L54 says review and update the city's inventory of historical resources. I note that our historic review depends upon a 1980 consultant report, has not been updated since then. And of course, there have been dramatic changes. It focuses on architectural things, but some of the key city properties, the Fairchild Building, the Federal Telegraph Building, that really tell the story of Palo Alto, where Palo Alto comes from, don't get integrated in our historical review. So an assessment of that might be helpful. Policy L57 says develop incentives for the retention and rehabilitation of buildings with historic merit in all zones. And, look at something like that might be helpful. It could look at specific neighborhoods or buildings or characteristics. And I think, we are now 35 years past the 1980 date. And there might be a different perception of history and our historical value that generations have gone through. So I guess I would encourage doing something at the compan level, following up on some of the policies and programs we already have, and asking the question, what does it mean now?
So I agree that I think the comprehensive plan is a good place, comprehensive plan update is a good place to undertake this, to answer at least partially Councilmember Niss's question earlier. Cupertino has Eichler Design Handbook for the Fair Grove neighborhood. Sunnyvale has Eichler Design Guidelines. And to go broader than that, which is the intention of Councilmember Du Bois, not to try to speak for him, but I believe this was his intention as well, is that there are other kinds of overlays too. We're not talking just Eichler neighborhoods. As the comprehensive plan talks about, to recognize the unique characteristic of Palo Alto's different neighborhoods. There's much written about what conservation overlays are, conservation districts, preservation overlays. They're all kind of the same ilk, but applied in different manners. So Vice Mayor Schmidt mentioned historic neighborhoods. So clearly an Eichler consideration would not cover all of that. We don't have even a conservation overlay in Professorville. Everything's voluntary. So we don't have, except for demolition, which you've heard me speak about the loopholes in that. So I think the comprehensive plan is a way to, and an appropriate way to address these concerns. The individual review does have some failings that have been identified according to a number of people. I think the three people who were, one doesn't live here anymore though, but the three people who were involved previously in the individual review recommendations should be consulted at a minimum, also recognizing that what they were considering were different, it was a different program. It wasn't really a conservation or preservation overlay. So understanding that. Having to do with incentives, again to Vice Mayor Schmidt's comment, there are a number of incentives for historic properties, but they're a little bit hard to find. I think staff's looking to get those more organized and more findable, if you will, on the city's website. So I think with that, it's probably time to return to Councilmember Niss, who was ready to make a motion, wanting to make a motion.
And I'd like to speak to either before or when the motion's placed.
Go for it.
Thanks. So I just, I have a little bit of an objection with where we are. This is an item that just came up last week or the week before, and we haven't really clarified what we're trying to do, let alone what it will take to do it. I mean, we talked first of all about other neighborhood preservation approaches. We've talked about design guidelines. We've talked about Eichler-specific approaches. We've talked about just looking at the IR process. I mean, we've talked about 4 or 5 different things without really kind of clarifying what's the underlying objective here. And to me, to me, it could be broad. It's like, I don't know, neighborhood quality. Okay, and how does that manifest in some different ways? And I mean, again, to me, that really seems like that would be an integral part of the discussion during the comp plan. What are the strategies and approaches that we need to have to be sure that we do that? And you know, I'm concerned that it's not very effective use of the staff resources. I mean, it assumes that we have staff sitting around waiting for something to do, and this is filling the gap. I mean, they're already behind schedule and over programmed. At a minimum, I think in these planning areas, we need to have some break before we go and not commit and say, well, we'll come back and tell you what it would really take to take this on, particularly when it's not defined, because even if we go to policy and services, we could have a free-ranging discussion about all sorts of things, and then have to come back to the council and say, well, we could do this, and it would take this, we could do this, we could take that, we could do this, we could take that. And even when we're done, it strikes me when we get to the comp plan discussion, there will be other angles on that about neighborhood quality that will come up, whatever it is. You've talked really big about the importance of having aesthetics and design in general as a real factor in our city. It seems to me that ought to be part of the comp plan discussion rather than just figuring out how to pick out a piece. So, you know, obviously we're really responsive. We'll go along and often with whatever you want to propose, but I'd like to get into practice when we get something that comes up as an add-on to the work plan, that there's some process where we go, okay, well, if you want to do that, we want to come back in 3 or 4 weeks and give you a better sense. We don't know what you're going to vote on. You vote right now, and we're going to say yes, and it's not going to be an honest yes. We're going to have to go to the committee and ultimately work it out. So I'm partly saying it for this, but I'm worried. I said it this morning that we keep peeling parts off that are related to the comp plan, and I'm worried that it will impact our ability to do the comprehensive plan comprehensively and to do it in a timely manner.
So I think you heard at least a couple of us talk about, appreciate your comments, and I think you heard at least a couple of us say that the comprehensive plan update is the place and time to do this. And I would argue that actually the last comprehensive plan that was put in place, nothing ever happened to follow up on some of the policies that are in that comprehensive plan. Just so that it's clear, I know Director Gittleman knows this, but just so it's clear for people who maybe haven't had some experience with this, there's a lot written online about, a lot of materials available for what overlays are. And I won't read ad nauseum here, but a neighborhood conservation overlay district is a zoning tool used to preserve, revitalize, protect, and enhance significant older areas with a community beyond what is specified in the standard code. The conservation overlay regulations are applied in addition to standard zoning regulations and will usually take precedence. And skipping down, both a neighborhood conservation overlay district and a historic district are overlay districts. However, an NCOD will typically regulate fewer features and will focus more on significant character-defining features such as lot size, building height, setbacks, streetscapes, and tree protection. So again, it's like just, looking at what's already identifiable and identified in many different sites on the web about what the kinds of things are that we'd be looking at. Some question was maybe alluded to about what other neighborhoods. I think of College Terrace, which has, smaller lots, has a lot of bungalow courts, that sort of thing. So that might be an area that actually some people have mentioned to me that they would like to have some kind of protection for their neighborhood as well. So we're not, in my opinion, we're not fishing. We're looking to implement what's already in our comprehensive plan, and I'm certainly willing to do that as a part of our comprehensive plan update, as opposed to, as City Manager referred to, peeling something else off that's going to interfere with doing the comprehensive plan update. Councilmember Burt, you have a question, comment?
Well, I'm just giving greater consideration to this process and the comments the city manager just made, it's a little confusing because the second recommendation from staff is quite different from what I understood the city manager to just be saying. But if we were to think that in the a broader discussion around neighborhood preservation would be part of the comp plan, would that be an open-ended discussion, or would that need any preliminary framing by the council or Policy and Services Committee or Planning and Transportation Commission as input to the comp plan discussion, or should it simply be open-ended and allow it to percolate through the comp plan process? So did either you or Director Gittleman have any notions of how that would occur if it was folded into the comp plan?
Well, I'll let Hillary jump in, but I guess that it's hard to prescribe what the comp plan process ought to be as it goes through its 1 to whatever 3-year cycle. And so to the extent that components of it can kind of come into place in an integrated way and be presented holistically, that seems to have an advantage. However, the processes I've been in, there have often been things get clarified or the urgency of a particular item gets clarified during the process, and it could accelerate out. That seems more methodical to me than what we're doing here. This came up in response without any greater context, but without, the real concern I have is we're not thinking through the implications of what it takes to do an assignment like this when we look at it like this, knowing that, I can guarantee you, unless you really prescribed it right now and said something very narrowly, we could get in a discussion and the Policy and Services Committee or somebody else is going to be having to frame it or reframe it or contain it. And the question is that what, I don't even know what's on the Policy and Services docket.
Okay, so I'm hearing several different issues kind of thrown in together. One is needing to integrate whatever we may do within staff workload. I think that's entirely appropriate, and in fact the council has emphasized that at a high level to staff repeatedly. So I don't think you'd have any problem if you said, well, and remind us anytime that we have a new assignment that staff needs to request to be able to come back and frame the impact on the work plan and where this would fit within a work plan. That's entirely appropriate. Then there's another question on the workload of Policy and Services Committee, if it went there or if it went to the Planning and Transportation Commission, and we would have to do a like thing. We have a workload and we'd have to figure out how this would get a sense from the council of the relative priority of this, and if we had questions, we'd return to council and say, here are choices. But the primary thrust of my question, though, is the best process and how, if this is going to be part of a wider discussion in the comp plan, how that would occur. And I would say that there is a real value of having brought it up under tonight's discussion, because whichever of these directions we give, it has now had a greater attention placed on it for within the comp plan discussion than it previously had. So I think that's a valuable usefulness at a minimum. But I was still trying to think through, and I think you've answered that a somewhat open-ended discussion within the comp plan process may be the best way for this to begin to have meat on the bone.
Madam Mayor, may I just respond to something that Councilmember Byrd said? I think that's very helpful because I remember, the council's had discussion as we've been designing the comp plan process. and the role of the Citizens Committee and how that's going to relate to the council, and what the sort of lattice work or whatever between the committee's work and the council. So the council has to have a way to communicate and inform the comp plan committee. So even a discussion like this, or if you had another one agendized, you've suddenly said, well, here's what we're thinking, or here are areas of concern that then it gives a boost to the discussion and the direction. And so I'm seconding what you're saying about just the value of you saying this is important, and obviously makes me feel a little more comfortable that, you know, we haven't created an expectation that maybe it's on a particularly accelerated track yet until we can be more definitive. Because honestly, if we do send this right to Policy and Services, there will be people out there saying, geez, okay, this is going to Policy and Services. We're going to have some discussion about it. Wonder what's going to happen with it and when. And even if we had to say, well, we've got a bunch of things on Policy and Services, we're not even going to get to it till whenever, October. I mean, I'd rather us be able to tell the public that stuff a little bit more methodically in advance than to have to come back after the fact. And it sounds like we're sort of making excuses on the staff side.
Councilmember Scharf.
So how do we bring this to a conclusion? Do you need a motion that says that we will, that through the comp plan process, we'll look at neighborhood overlays that could provide neighborhood protection? Is that sort of what you're thinking, or are we going to do this anyway without a motion, or?
Well, I think there's two things. So number one, I don't think it's clear what the scope of what the council wants to do on this subject is right now. But I think certainly what you just said, I mean, that would be a concern of the council. Going back to what Councilmember Burt said, though, if that were to be your direction, we would see that would happen anyway. However, there is value in the council articulating that even at this point. You know, I mean, in one sense, it stresses the importance that you see of this. And so when Hillary is working and doing orientation with folks, she's able to say, well, even at the end of June, the council was having this discussion about the importance of neighborhood preservation and overlays. That helps. So I would argue that a motion would be appropriate.
Okay, then I'll try and make a motion, which says that through...
The only thing I'm going to go to is Councilmember Niss had originally indicated she was interested in making a motion, so I'm going to refer to you.
I'm feeling very generous tonight. Let me give Councilmember Scharf an opportunity.
All right. So through the generosity of Councilmember Niss, Councilmember Scharf.
Brought to you by the generosity of Councilmember Niss, we will now move to. So I'd say that through the comprehensive plan update, it's not an update, isn't it, through a new comprehensive plan? So it is up through the comprehensive plan update that we explore giving neighborhoods the opportunity. Through the comprehensive plan update, we explore neighborhood overlays that could provide neighborhood protections. It's not exactly right. We give, so that through the comprehensive plan update, we give neighborhoods the option, that we explore giving neighborhoods the option, the option to institute overlays that could provide neighborhood protections. Second.
May I suggest, though, that Councilmember Scharf, you might want to include the alternative protections that, I don't want to get back into the weeds again on this, but knowing that other cities have explored, in particular, the single-story overlay options. And how you're going to get that in, I don't know.
Let's
Don't
do
we
this.
already have single-story?
We do. Councilmember Scharf, would you care to speak to your motion? Then Councilmember Wobach has seconded the motion, and let's go back to normal procedure here. And you heard Councilmember Niss's suggestions, if you care to.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's important that we do this through the comp plan process after listening to staff. So I'm in support of that. I'm just wanting to make sure that the motion captures two things. One is that through the comp plan process, we have a broad discussion of this. And secondly, that we then provided that it's options for neighborhoods to implement, like similar to a single-story overlay. So we already have the single-story overlay option in there. So I guess I just wanted to ask Councilmember Niss a question. What part did you think I was missing on that?
Where I think you're missing it is whatever we meant by alternative neighborhood protections. Maybe that's the kind of broad.
Oh, institute overlays and
alternative neighborhood. Yeah.
And or alternative neighborhood protections.
Right.
Let's put that in there.
Councilmember Wobach, speak to your second.
Yeah, so I think this is very important.
It's got one tweet.
So I think this is very important, and I'm not sure if we should tweak it a little bit.
So before we tweak it, I think that or alternative neighborhood goes early. It goes option to institute overlays or alternative neighborhood that would provide, it doesn't make sense.
So I'm sorry to do this, but I think the language or alternative neighborhood protections, I mean, Director Gittleman, I don't know of any alternative neighborhood protections other than overlays. Do you? So I just don't want to complicate things.
Well, actually, one observation I was going to make is that if it simply said that through the comp plan update, we explore alternative neighborhood protections, that's broad, and it would get to the guidelines that were brought up earlier. It would get to refinements. It would get to additional overlays, conservation districts. But, the motion is also, I mean, we understand where you're heading with this.
I like it the way it is.
Councilmember Wobach, speak to your second.
Okay, so what I'm looking for is a little tweak. I'm trying to figure out how best to word it in this new language. So through the comprehensive plan, we explore establishing a process for neighborhoods to institute overlays or other protections or other.
Why don't you say other protections? I'm good with that.
Yeah, so let's make that amendment. So it would be, we explore establishing a process, because the idea here, and this is what I'm trying to speak to. The idea here is that parallel to our single-story overlay, there should be a similar process by which any neighborhood can come to the city and say, this is an aesthetic design element which is integral to our neighborhood. Maybe it's a single story, maybe it's not, maybe it's an icler, maybe it's historical, whatever it is. We want to establish a process by which a neighborhood could initiate that conversation and get the ball rolling. And we don't want to prescribe that all from City Hall. We want to let neighborhoods come to us and have a process on the books that says, this is how you can get the ball rolling as a neighborhood. And that way we don't have to get into listing everything. And I think that it's establishing a process like that we're looking for. Basically expanding the single-story overlay process to cover other aesthetic design elements or other protections which a neighborhood feels is integral to their character. For neighborhoods to institute design overlays and or alternative neighborhood protections. Are you comfortable with that?
I am.
Yeah, so this gets to, I think, a smart direction.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, I'm not so sure that is right direction. That actually limits the discussion in the comp plan process to ones where neighborhoods would take initiatives on this. But for instance, the IR review is a citywide process. And I think that we should keep it open in the discussion and see what combination of mechanisms might come out of it, which might be ones that are modifications to our current neighborhood initiated single-story overlays, but they might be citywide things, who knows? So I don't support that language, which I actually think narrows the discussion.
Do you have an amendment?
Well, I think what we had before was good. I'm not seeing it, so I'm trying to recall the language, but I think it was broader, and it certainly allows and even implies a process for neighborhoods to be able to initiate overlays. That's what we have on our single story, but it wouldn't limit the discussion to that. So I would just
City Clerk,
encourage us to return to the original.
Do you have the prior
motion.
language as well?
So while we're looking at that, I just wanted to ask staff, on the comp plan is a big process.
Overlays.
So by doing this, would we limit the discussion as Councilmember Burt suggested we would? Do we need to go back to the other language? I mean, I'm happy to have I figured we were going to have that discussion anyway in the comp plan, about things like the IR process and all of that, or not, or is that not? Because I really didn't think we were talking about the IR process here, actually.
Well, thank you. I mean, I think there's an opportunity in the comp plan update to look at your specific direction here and other things that accomplish the goals that we're going to talk about as a group at the end of August when we come back with the next discussion of the comp plan.
So I guess my question was, the comp plan discussion is going to be a large discussion anyway, or is it not? I mean, I'm a little confused as to, obviously the comp plan is now not only going to be the discussion of exploring a process for neighborhoods, right? The comp plan is a broad discussion. So this is just one small element by putting in this. And I didn't really understand what Councilmember Burt said about the IR process, because I actually didn't think we were talking about the IR process. I thought that's a separate discussion that we would be having, or we would be not having a discussion of the IR process. I mean, I'm not sure the IR process is broken, frankly. But, I mean, in the comp plan, I thought we basically reviewed all these current policies and looked at it. And if not, are we going to have to give direction on each individual one, or are you going to bring sections? Or I guess I'm just trying to understand how this works.
I was just going to go back to Councilmember Burt. I think this is essentially the original motion. Were you trying to make that as a substitute motion or an amendment? The only thing that was added to that was and/or alternative neighborhood protection wasn't originally there. So what's your intention?
A retraction of the latest amendment that was accepted as a friendly amendment. But let me offer also my best understanding of the response to Councilmember Scharf's question. So on the one hand, in theory, the comp plan is open to broad discussion. But on the other hand, what we're doing here tonight is having our discussion as essentially an input to the comp plan process around certain areas that we want to assure are part of that discussion. So no, it doesn't preclude other things elsewhere, but this is kind of our opportunity to give some guidance.
I'm fine with the original language if Councilmember Walbach is.
Well, I still think that the modified language is better, but I'm still open to tacking something on to if there's something that needs to be added to make it more broad.
So,
but I did think it was important, especially after the comments we heard from staff, to provide a little bit of clarity about what it is we're requesting here. But I'm very open to an amendment.
Let's see where we are now. So, Councilmember Scharf is okay with the original motion, which is actually the language above what's indicated as motion on the screen. Do I have that correct?
I'm okay with either, to be honest.
Okay. So now we need either a second to that or for Councilmember Wobach to second it.
That winds us back, right?
It winds us back. First, I'm going to give Councilmember Wobach the opportunity to see if you would accept that, since you were seconder on the motion.
I don't understand why the original language was
Okay, so then
Councilmember
Niss has seconded that then.
Are you asking me?
Yes. So Councilmember Burt went back to Councilmember Scharf's original motion which is now seconded by Councilmember Niss, that through the comprehensive plan update that we explore giving neighborhoods the option to institute overlays that would provide protections and/or alternative neighborhood protections. Councilmember Burt, do you want to speak any further to that?
Yeah, I think that it's important to remember that in the first half of this item, we already gave some more specific guidance on one aspect of the single-story overlays. So I just think trying to be too prescriptive tonight toward the comp plan discussion is a mistake.
Councilmember Niss, speak to your second.
I think Councilmember Burt just said it.
Councilmember Wobach.
Well, I was just going to ask staff, between these two, which of these provides, or do either provide the necessary level of clarity for you to be able to move forward with this as useful input to the comp plan discussion?
Whichever one gets the fastest majority vote. And
seriously,
I say this because
my motion then. That's fine.
Because this is not the last conversation you're going to have on just this subject. You will be informing the comp plan process off and on over the next 18.
Yeah, so you can pull my motion off. That's fine.
Well, we're addressing the substitute motion now anyway.
I'll support the substitute in this case.
Okay, so as I read this, it's, Councilman Burt, one question for you as maker of this. Explore giving neighborhoods the option to institute overlays. I think that's clear enough for staff, but I think you did make a comment earlier about this isn't just neighborhoods. The city could do that as well. Did I understand your comment earlier? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but.
Yeah, I would just say explore opportunities to institute overlays. And that would,
I think that's
allow
clear.
for neighborhood initiatives or city initiatives or whatever.
Councilmember Niss, or seconder, are you okay with that?
Unless we're going to get the thesaurus out. I think that's fine.
Okay, and I see no other lights. Councilmember Wobach.
I'm hesitantly going to be supporting this. I would just warn against, in the future for all of us, just to be very careful about imposing overlays on neighborhoods from City Hall, rather than listening to the neighborhoods as the starting point.
Vice Mayor Schmidt.
Yeah, I guess a couple people mentioned making sure that this is broad. And what we've done is define it in terms of overlays and protections. City manager earlier said, gee, there's a more general question of quality, neighborhood quality. And neighborhoods are interested not just in overlays, but in mixed use and biking paths. We had an issue earlier today about just putting in a little bike path, a mini park, things like that. So I guess I want to make sure that we're not excluding the quality aspect when we look at it. Yeah, is that right, Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, I was assuming that in the last portion of it, providing protections, it's referring to quality issues. But if there's a change that would make it more clear that provide means to.
Get your vote.
No, I'm not doing vote trading. I'm just trying to get a better direction of intent. Yeah, I would say yes, that's part of the intent, and if you had specific language that would clarify that, I'd be
What if you just said we explore opportunities to institute overlays or alternative neighborhood protections that promote neighborhood quality,
yeah,
or something like
that's
that?
fine by me. Liz, are you fine? Okay.
Okay, now let's see, one other thing about the beginning of it, through the comp plan updates. Now, I carry around with me, maybe I'm wrong, but this April meeting we had where we were given a planning process, and it had specific dates of both the community work sessions and the council work sessions. And under that, we had council work sessions in December, February, and March on land use and community design. Now, I assume what we're talking about today as part of that comp plan process would be during those meetings, we would discuss policies and programs that had an impact on the things we're identifying. Is that a correct assumption?
Vice Mayor Schmidt, a couple things. First of all, I will have to get you a revised schedule. Subsequent to the schedule that you just showed us, the council added the Citizens Advisory Committee, and so there's been a change. We're going to have to update that schedule to reflect meetings of the committee, meetings with the council, and when the two will come together. So please, if you could, put that schedule aside, and I'll get you a new one just as soon as I can. Secondly, I think you're right. There will be opportunities when the City Council has an opportunity to discuss goals as well as the policies and programs that come from the committee around the land use and community design element. That would be the time that we would try and identify a place to put this kind of program and a larger policy framework around neighborhood quality of life.
Yeah, I guess as I saw earlier, there are some policies and programs already in the existing comp plan that seem very relevant and could lead to the discussions we have here. So getting coordination with the other committee and working through with them in a series of meetings is what we're talking about in the council comprehensive plan update. That's great.
So with that, we have on the floor a motion by Councilmember Burt, seconded by Councilmember Niss, that through the comprehensive plan update, that we explore opportunities to institute overlays, and or alternative neighborhood protections that promote neighborhood quality. Vote on the board, please. And that passes unanimously on 8-0 vote with Councilmember Du Bois absent. Let it be noted that we are an hour and a minute ahead of schedule. So our next agenda item at 10:14 is council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Niss.
I've been waiting to do this. So City Manager Keene, this one is for you. So I have my wish list. I have my wish list while we're on break. That when I come back, the lights at Town and Country Village will be miraculously fixed. Number two.
When are you coming back?
Gosh, probably mid-October. Number two, there will be no left turns during high traffic hours on both Hawthorne and Everett, which is not dissimilar from the direction on Alma, where you're told not to turn onto either Everett or Hawthorne. I can't remember. I think it's Everett from 3 to 6. And the last one is...
You're talking about from Middlefield Road, correct?
Off of Alma. If you come off Alma, it says don't turn on, I think it's Everett between 3 and 6.
Yeah, I think, were you not asking for those to be added to on Middlefield? Was that what the intention was?
No, I'm asking for the ones to be added on Middlefield.
Yes.
They
Yes,
exist
yes.
on
That's
Alma.
that's what I was trying to clarify, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And the last is, I think, far more pertinent to my neighborhood, but ever since Oregon got fixed, it has been extremely hard to cross from north to south or south to north because the lights are very peculiarly set up, and I'm not quite sure how. I told Jim about this before, so I'm going to presume that that will be a county-city issue.
Yeah, we're already reaching out to the county. It's really their lead on that.
Great, because I see near collisions there a lot where they've got the awkward lighting. So that's my wish list, just 3 little things.
Heather. I don't see lights by other council members. I just want to quickly report that council members Niss, Du Bois, and I were in Monterey this last week for a conference there where I found myself saying, as yet another presenter was giving a nod to city manager. Jim, is there anybody that you don't know? So it was worthwhile. I'm sure the three of us will be sending comments and information to you all as we catch up and catch our breaths after tonight about what all we learned there. And prior to that, I was at the U.S. Conference of Mayors in San Francisco, and same with that. It's been a remarkable last week with Supreme Court decisions, and maybe with that we adjourn our meeting in honor of having a Supreme Court that recognizes the country's values currently. So with that, we adjourn until the middle of August. It doesn't mean work stops, but we will have no other formal meetings unless we come back together for Buena Vista in the interim. So thank you all.